maybe in like 4 hours I'll accept that one. But for right now, yeah. I'm good. All right, let's play some Dwarves. Also, hi, Curses. How are you? So for those of you who weren't here yesterday, we caught a dragon. We have access to hell. And there's a forgotten beast in my basement. 2, actually. Today we're going to be setting up the possibility of dropping as much stupidity into my fortress as possible by the end of the day. You're at school still lurking? Gotcha. So let's dive in. Let's go play some Dwarves. Chaos? Yep. Which fort is this? Rim of Savants. It's the, it's not Plank of Nations. I haven't played Plank of Nations in like a month and a half. No, this is Stonewater, Rim of Savants. We are building a new tavern up top here, which is going to be this. We're going to completely clean it out before it's all set up and good to go, though. We've got this dragon, which is Lamar Keshek Fesh Estrel Listad. And initially I'm like, yeah, we should train it. No problem, Osmasker. Or just Masker, I guess. Thanks for streaming Dwarves. Hope it made your stream more entertaining? I don't know what to say. Hard to believe we're getting this close. It's okay, guys. No, not November's over. So there was somebody who commented on one of my videos last night that said, you know, with all this talk of release, I'm really glad not November's over. And I just sat there and realized, like, how many out-of-context times I mentioned release throughout this month without actually stating Dwarf Fortress release on Steam or being specific. I'm just going, wow, I hate this. But yeah, no, I'm glad that the stream went well, Masker. It's fun to actually have people to raid who play Dwarf Fort, because for so long, like, I basically just haven't raided anybody because nobody really streamed Dwarf Fortress super actively, so it's always just been me. Hey, Giant Blue Lizard, what's up? But yeah, so anyway, we have this superior quality dragon cage, which has a superior quality dragon in it. So something that I said initially was, yeah, let's tame it. And now, you know what, I'm not so sure. I don't think I'm going to tame it. I think we're just going to have a wild dragon in a cage. Maybe put some other things around it. But the goal is setting it up so that I can make dumb shit happen by pulling a lever. Including, you know, releasing a dragon in my tavern. Because, you know, Dwarf Fortress is half a hardcore management game and half a storyteller. So sometimes we have to tell stories. And this is the story of how a fortress decided it would be a good idea to enslave a volcano and maybe make a volcano waterfall in their tavern behind glass. Which is another thing I want to do today. We're going to make a volcano water. We're going to make a lava fall. In my tavern, or maybe a lava river. I haven't decided yet. The problem is it's going to go straight through my bedrooms, so we're going to have to move some bedrooms around. But we're going to make that work. We're going to do some fun stuff today. Yeah, no, there's a few. There's definitely a few, but they're few and far between. So we're going to be having some fun today, I think. So one of the first things I'm going to do, quite literally, is just like get rid of all these boulders. I know that like dumping boulders is a slow and arduous process, but damn it, we're gonna do it. So we're gonna dump all these boulders. And let's just remove dump from that gem right there because that got never finished. But as for named dwarves in this fortress, we have Snail, Lilosan, Spice, Goats, Hazazah, Phoenix the Dwarf, Animal, as well as Amateur and Whammy and Razlime and Brynbjorn, White Dog and Farana II, as well as Takira and Aokingi, which I'm convinced I'm butchering. Reza's still alive. Onyx is still alive. Exo Banisher is still around too. NetJam Jr., Trevor in VR is here and alive and well. H2O4S is here and alive. Audio and Aquafunkulistic Booty Wap, who I thought was dead for a while, but turns out isn't because he went missing, which is weird, and then reappeared. Never seen that before. Potato King, Wendigo, Impalification, Tapioc, Ultimate Lizard, Marriott, we have Gus, we have Curses, we have Rolf, Rory, Zip Zoom, Nortram, Omega Wolf, Footloose, Animal, and Render, as well as Kijiro. And the Exalted Luxury isn't dead somehow. Also, we have access to the Redacted and have discovered the spoilers. So if you don't like spoilers, I don't know, bad stream for you, I suppose. We have a tunnel down to hell, which goes all the way down to here, to hell. And there's a lot of demons in the walkway up. We were shooting ballista arrows at them through this wall. And then we kind of released them into this hallway where we continued shooting ballista arrows at them, which was pretty efficient. And that part was fine. And, but the problem was these guys, these Amethyst Brutes, which are fine. It's because mangled beyond recognition. Which is fine. The problem is they like to make babies, right? And they make triplets, quadruplets, and twins. I don't think I've seen them just have a baby. They spawn at very rapid rates. So the result was there was like 200 of them right here. So I dropped a really big rock on them. Through multiple layers from up top here all the way down and crushed all of them. And my frame rate got so much better. So we're going to have to regain access to the underworld again somehow. And we're also going to set up some way to release the underworld because, you know, we need to release the underworld into the fortress at some point. Are the demons randomly generated? The demons are like, they're like, it's like getting hit by 500 Forgotten Beasts all at once. Basically. They're randomly generated creatures. They have they're made out of random materials. They have random abilities. Sometimes they don't have abilities. Sometimes they have terrible abilities. Like you might get attacked by a bunch of things made of snow that fall apart when you poke them funny. You might get attacked by, you know, dozens of glass web-spitting beetles. Oh yeah, absolutely. What kind of dwarf do you want under the brim? We got something for everything. Not quite everything, but most jobs we have covered. You just gotta tell me what kind of dwarf you want. But have a good time at that rehearsal, Masker. The laziest one? That's not a type of dwarf. Nor really a stat. Just if you have preference, give me a job. Otherwise, you're getting a kid, because kids are lazy. They're the only dwarves that don't work. No, nobles are some of the hardest working dwarves in forts. Please. I mean, it depends on if they're butcherable or not. And if, like, as an example, the amethyst brutes are giant insects, so we've been harvesting their chitin and butchering their skeletons. Nope. No, they don't. No, they're just like normal dwarves. They do normal dwarf jobs. Give me a kid? Okay. But I'm gonna tell you they won't grow up in this fortress. Gonna tell you that right now. Not gonna grow up. Nope. Definitely. Do you want a child or do you want the oldest possible kid? Because I could give you Maffle, who is 12, who will grow up this year. Or I could give you a child who won't. Okay, we'll give you the 12-year-old. All right. Maffle is under the brim of death. Because we are ending this fortress today, and it is going to go up in flames. Nothing can be made out of candy. Just to be clear, like, that's not a material that things can spawn as. It's like the only material that they can. Can you have a kid too? I don't know. You gotta ask your partner about that one. Down there, Scott. I mean, just let me know what job you want once I'm done reading this. 12 years old, born on the 16th of Sandstone in the year 255. Parents are a clother and a wrestler. And you worship Alod, who's a very apt deity. A deity of the Rim of Savants most often takes the form of a fire imp and is associated with silence, volcanoes, metals, and minerals. Not a very popular god, but a cool one. As well as Nagotol, who takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with death. So you worship the god of like fire and volcanoes and the god of death. Pretty metal. I respect it. Hey, that guy, Yosei. back. He is 12 years old, born on the 16th of Sandstone in the year 255. His hair is curly, his medium-length sideburns are braided, his medium-length mustache is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His short hair is arranged in double braids, and his very long beard is neatly combed. His short hair is neatly combed, and his teeth are crowded, and his quite sparse eyebrows are extremely short. His gold eyes are have slightly large irises, and his head is somewhat tall. His hair is pale chestnut, and he likes tetrahedrite, bismuth, and white opal, carambola wood, and giant cheetah leather. The color raw umber, and windows and pigs for their sense of smell, and oat wood, and oats for their beer? I guess you like dark beer then. And the words of the silky bride, and the sound of the berries of drumming. Also, I'm having a hard time reading this for some reason. The sound of the berries of drumming, and would possibly prefer to consume giant weasel, sole, and ratweed, and gutter crewworm. Ugh. And absolutely hates brown recluse spiders. You're like that kid that goes into the fast food place and puts like a little bit of every single soft drink into the large cup and then shakes it before you drink it. You're that person. Here's the thing. There's literally demons on my map. If you're trying to be spoiler-free, I hate to break it to you. You're in the wrong place. Everything is happening. There's a dragon in my fortress, I have an elevator to hell, and there's adamantine everywhere, right? So I'm not giving a shit about spoilers. I never do. So you don't have to either. It's okay. Hell's been open for like at least two and a half streams now. On this floor. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate, and is almost never feels discouraged. He has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger, and is trusting. Is curious and eager to learn, and tends to avoid physical confrontations. Is very humble, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. And tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and tends to consider what others think of him. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and doesn't really care about anything anymore. You know, like, normally I would agree with you. It's like, yeah, like, if you're on Reddit or something, or if you're on the forums and you're responding to a question, like, maybe no spoils, but, like, bruh, Underworld. Like, just don't worry about it. It's fine. You have a very bad track record with keeping dragons in your fort. I find that when I have dragons in my fort, usually what ends up happening, and this sucks, usually what ends up happening is some random soldier executes it if I release it. That's just all dwarves right now in the game, Brim. Dwarves very much don't care about anything anymore. It basically means they've seen a lot of horror and violence, and they're not immune to stress, but less affected by disgusting, horrible things happening, like their mom dying in front of them. Also, can I just say, the soundtrack's good. This is pretty zen. I could get behind this. Apparently this song's called Forgotten Beast. Mighty chill for Forgotten Beasts. Speaking of Forgotten Beasts, let's check in on my elephant. I'm gonna pull this lever, lock these doors. Yeah, you don't need to do that anymore. Like, so a few versions ago, dwarves were a lot more fragile when it came to stress, King Merlin. So dwarves would get very... Like, here's the thing that you need to remember about a lot of Dwarf Fortress stories. You need to know what version of the game they're running, because if this is a story from 2016, they might as well be playing a different game. This version of the game, which is... No, like, not that it doesn't fit the theme. Like, you don't need to do that at all. Dwarves just get used to it. Like, it's an irrelevant thing. Like, I mean, if you want to do it for fun, you can, but there's no real mechanical reason to do that anymore. So previously, you really had to, like, force expose dwarves to violence if you want them to get used to it. You really had to. You had to, like, essentially throw the literal anxiety book at them to make them be okay with witnessing minor acts of violence, which happen occasionally. So there's a forgotten beast I've never seen before. Feathered leech has wings and it belches and croaks. Its feathers are fluffed out. Beware its poisonous gas. Maybe I have seen this before. Maybe I just haven't seen it in a while. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's a complete waste of your time at this point, because dwarves are not immune to violence now, but they're a lot less susceptible to it. Like, you know how that child doesn't really care about anything anymore? That basically means that it's not that they're not going to be affected by violence anymore, but they don't really care. Like, yeah, it'll still stress them out when they see it, but they're much more likely to have no real effect from it, instead of, like, becoming a down flashing red arrow and getting super stressed and wandering around. So you don't need to do that at all anymore, because they just need to witness violence once or twice at this point before it becomes a thing that they're used to. Previously, you had to, like, lock the dwarves in a tavern and, like, force them to watch death repeatedly, which I don't think is fantastic and not something I would ever do. So for me, the older version of the game was always all right, let's try and keep the dwarves away from this so that they don't have PTSD, and that became a very fun management game in and of itself. Military would be super hardened individuals that would, like, be able to slaughter through a massive crowd of corpses. We'd burn all the corpses so that nobody would have to see them, and we'd collect the loot that was left over. And that was the way I played the game, but some other players would do what you were saying, which is like the forced exposure thing, where they just repeatedly, like, force them to witness death, which I'm not that kind of player. I can't do that. But, like, these days, you don't need to do that at all. Just kill an army of goblins and tell your whole army or your whole fort of dwarves to just haul all the corpses, and they'll all be hardened by the end of it. Like, they're basically, stress got nerfed to the point, or stress concerning violence got nerfed to the point where it's not irrelevant, but it's a trivial concern now instead of, like, a major concern. So you can think whatever you want to think about it, but mechanically, like, you're wasting your time if you do that now. Unless you just want to, you know, be mean to your dwarves, in which case, fucking more power to you. Stress can still be a problem, but to be pretty blunt with you, Owlman, you have to try really hard to fuck up your dwarves now. Like, you have to have, like, dead cats in every hallway and have, like, a gladiator room with, like, constant death going on. You have to, like, kill a dwarf's parents in front of them for them to get stressed about it now. Which I don't like, actually. Danger rooms haven't been a thing since, like, 2016. They'll just kill your dwarves now. Like, literally, you put a legendary tier dwarf into a danger room, they'll probably die. Like, and this is why I say, if you haven't played Dwarf Fortress in a long time, and all you've done is read stories, or all you've done is read stories, assume they're all wrong and outdated. No, and it never has. Or, has it? Did it? Okay, well, it certainly doesn't anymore. I know that, like, rotting miasma from rotten stuff in a butcher hall can, like, stress the fuck out of dwarves. I don't remember butcher shops counting as violence, but maybe they did. He tried to muscle up that much to make maximum squads. At this point, if you want to train dwarves, the best way to do it is to literally just station them in the caverns and just let them beat the shit out of a bunch of Crundles. I mean, sure, or you could just, like, insta-gib a bunch of... I mean, like, the joke with danger rooms is, like, if you try and build a danger room now, you're not going to get a good danger room. You're not going to get a trained military. But you might get some really good doctors. Which is the thing. Also, soon. How you doing, Tygo? How's things been? Punch flesh balls? Sure, yeah, no, go beat up some Crundles. Go bully some, like, troglodytes. Like, the best way to train your military now is to just have them training around the clock, and whenever, like, rando critters spawn, go cut them into 1,000 pieces. Like, literally, like, that's the best way to train your military now. No bully trugs. Okay, how about jabberers? Go fight giant cavern dodos. How about that? Also, I'm trying to think other things that I can really show off in this fort. We're just like, see that mist down there? We're just throwing these boulders down here because I'm just trying to clean them. Just trying to get them out of here. Easy dodo kill. Okay, so beat up cave dodos. Don't beat up troggies. Troggies did nothing wrong. Cave dodos are murderers. Heard it here first, folks. But yeah, no, I'm very excited for the 6th. Also, hey, Nervous. What's up, man? That's a quality username. I approve. Your team, Mike Wazowski? You know, somebody modded on just on a random stream that I was watching once, changed Gorlak's names to Mike Wazowski, which I approve. Bit discombobulated because you've been having rolling grid shot. Oh man. Off decided to reverse over you several times today. It's been sitting without electricity for about 7 hours until recently. Oh god. Yeah, I've heard about the rolling blackouts, but my god, that sucks. Hopefully it's not too cold. That's what I'm concerned about for over there right now. You will be doing that? I'm sure somebody could make you a pixel art Mike Wazowski to change Gorlax to. Well, hello. Take sleep pills to fast travel to 6. I take sleeping pills anyways. Just, well, not sleeping pills. I take melatonin. just not every day, but maybe once every 3 to 5 days. No, I guess I could do that. Nah, probably the next 4 days for me, because today's my last scheduled stream until release. I will probably just be chilling. Mostly, maybe working on some YouTube stuff. I'm gonna have to make a, because today is a Future of the Fortress day, so I'm sure Tarn's working on that. So I'll have to edit that tonight, tomorrow. So I'll make that. Although that might take me a little longer because I also want to include some stuff from the AMA that he did. So I need to go through the whole AMA. So I definitely have a busy day tomorrow. But beyond that, yeah, it just depends on if and when I get key. Because if I get it early, if they just decide to give me a gift and give me the game early, then I get to just sit in my room and edit and edit and edit and edit and edit until launch, which might end up happening. Or in my office, I guess. Okay, that's good. That's good to hear. There you go. Glad that you guys aren't freezing, but I don't know. All I've ever gotten is a maybe. A lot of question marks. Lycott has a strange mood. Lycott has been possessed. Music's good. Although I will say this, the soundtrack's out. So seriously, go listen to it. It's good. Which is what we're listening to in the background right now. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun month. Looking forward to it. It's been nice actually having the YouTube channel do well, because I've been making content for so long on the internet. It's nice to actually have things do well, which is not something I generally get the pleasure of witnessing. Is my stuff doing well? It's hard for me to talk over this song. One thing that worries you are the freezers warming up and all the meat spoiling, but also the PC uninterruptible power sources kept kept going kaput because of overuse. Oh, true. Yeah, I guess I didn't really think about that. Stuff burning out due to overuse. The Dwarfs claimed a mason shop. There's got to be a honey beehive in my elephant pen because my elephants keep getting stung by bees, which is interesting. This dwarf's not very strong, and they've picked up a boulder. Means they're walking very slow, very, very slow. But yeah, Kid Fox hasn't confirmed anything. Get a beekeeper dwarf? I was suddenly considering that, yeah. To fully discharge frequently? Yeah, I mean, if I was in a place with rolling blackouts and I had a universal power supply hooked up, I would probably just shut the computer down every time. Like, you're not supposed to use them to power, you're supposed to use them to shut things off. I would say this would be a good spot for a beehive, but it would probably just end with... I'm trying to think where I could put a beehive. Instead of beehives. I mean, I could just put them up here and then the prisoners would just get stung by bees. Which would be fun. But I don't know, man. I guess I could like sneak it in the wall over here. They need to have access to the sky, so they need to be outdoors. No, why not? Let's just make 20 glass hives and we'll play it by ear. At first, you know, we're just getting rid of all these boulders. Well, at least you get the distraction of Dwarf Fortress soon. Tiger. No cave bees, no. I mean, would you want to be in a cave with a bunch of bees? Dominic. Would you want to be in a cave full of bees? Because I like bees. I wouldn't want to be in a cave full of bees. Also, chat investments are open if you want to invest your tickets. Does Kit Fox stream today? Nope, the last one was last week. They are done. Bumblebee's true, yeah. Yeah. I'm just like imagining that one sequence of Winnie the Pooh when he goes into like the beehive that's bigger than him and he's like swimming in honey. Bees don't fly in the dark? Oh, right. Yeah, no, now that you mention that, I've seen videos of people like turning the lights off with bees and then they all just like go to the ground immediately. It's like light switches turn off bees. I think was interesting. Yeah, no, you're right. Although then you'd be stepping on them. I think I've actually had a Forgotten Beast that was a bee. Bit of a stepping hazard? But yeah, now that you mention that, you are correct. Houses beat me to it. Chat, I hate to break it to you, honey, but there's just way too many bee puns going on right now. We're gonna have to wax this one off, okay? Because it's just gonna keep my head buzzing. All right, the fortress has attracted no migrants for many reasons, but we're still removing all these boulders. We be dwarves and shit. We be dwarves. Gray monkey. We be dwarves. No, behive yourselves. Come on, Kodiak. You gotta commit to the bit. Although, unfortunately, I run out of honey puns way too fast. I only have so many. And then it turns into me just saying the same pun over and over and over. Reminds me of this streamer that I used to watch who used to speedrun a game that had a B level. And the entire chat would just turn into B puns. It's going to be a long evening? Yep. So since nobody else has said it yet, chat, you like jazz? Anyway, we are making beehives, in fact. And the other two squads training again, which are still very depleted. The last thing that we fought, and we need to fully rebuild it. One thing at a time. Barry B. Benson, a true visionary. And a lawyer. It's hip to fuck bees. What? Jazz is cringe? What? My guy. I own 40 jazz records. Not even joking. Fucking love jazz. Jazz is phenomenal. One of my favorite genres of music. Sup, palm trees? I don't want to be palm trees, though. It's my favorite subgenre of jazz. Big fan of jazz trios, but like... I like improv piano jazz. I had to just like throw something out there. You prefer generic music? I prefer good music. See, the fort is abuzz with activity. You love the new soundtrack droning in the background? Yeah. Have I been stung by any raids yet? Well, not today. But, that's all that remains of their armor. Am I into brutal death metal? I should have worn my ginger shirt 2 days in a row. I do, in fact, like death metal, yes. Do I listen to it actively? No. I prefer to go to death metal shows. I mean, I saw Monomarth a couple weeks ago. In Las Vegas, actually. Jiro, thank you very much for that Prime sub for a second month. Welcome back. What's up? Slept through the day due to the shut-off, and you can say that you get most of the dreams and you sleep during the day for some reason. Almost not when you sleep like a normal person, though. I mean, there might be a reason for that. Herbie Hancock, real good. I actually have 2 Herbie Hancock records. Although currently my favorite modern jazz group probably is a pretty solid tie between Mammal Hands and Delvon Lamar Organ Trio. Just got my 3rd record from Delvon Lamar, and I'm very, very happy with it. It's a live performance that they did a little while ago. I have them live in KEXP, and then Smoking Cigars, and then their first album as well. Like any stoner? Like stoner rock? Big fan of Sergeant Thunderhoof. I've been listening to, I think of just like straight stoner metal. I've got a couple Howling Giant records. Got more King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard albums than I should have. Although they're not really stoner, they're more psych. I don't know a lot. I mean, I'm more into shoegaze than stoner. Like, if I were to say, like, what like sub, like, is it fuzz rock? Are we talking like more like stoner drone? I mean, I have all 3 Weed Pecker records and a dope record. Dope Smoker record, not a dope record. But honestly, I think I prefer Sleep's fine. Sleep's records are too expensive, so I've never bought any of them. It's like I'll go into a shop and it's like, well, I could buy a Sleep record, but it's $70. So how about I just don't? Like, I bought an Electric Wizard record because it was $12, whereas the Sleep record right next to it was $60. Good morning, Gus. Hello. News was music related after all? Yep, they released the soundtrack. You'd pay $70 for Sleep's Holy Mountain? I don't like Sleep that much. Like the band Sleep. They're pretty good. They're not that good, in my opinion. Can you torture prisoners in Dwarf Fortress? No, not really. I mean, you can, like, put them in a cage and lock them up for all eternity. That's kind of torture. But is there, like, a torture button? No, not really. In adventure mode, I guess you could, like, slowly, like, pull people's ears off. But if you want to hurt people and be an asshole, there's other games where you can do that. Might I introduce you to Rockstar's Manhunter? I think that's the name of that game. The snuff film game that they made. Was it? It was Manhunter, right? That sounds right. I haven't played that game in a long time. Was it just Manhunt? I think, actually, I might be confusing it with Man Tracker, the reality show. So yeah, Manhunt. Yeah, go play that game. You know they ported that game onto the Wii? That's my favorite thing about Manhunt, is there's a version of that game for the Wii, which is the only one I've played, and the controller screams at you. Made you feel quite yucky? Yep. Just like that comment that Giant Blue Lizard just said to me. Made me feel quite yucky. Exactly. See, Jack understands how to play Dwarf Fort. I mean, Giant Blue Lizard, honestly, asking questions like that just gets you removed from the chat after a while. So, you know, be a decent person. I never played Postal 2, so I couldn't tell you. Never really had any interest in it. But Manhunt is a snuff film game where you're making snuff films for a dude who's going to kill you if you don't. It's a awkwardly serious game about slowly murdering people and throwing them in wood chippers and shit. Hey, look! Under the Brim has grown to become a peasant. It was one of the few examples of, yes, I understand why this depraved shit is getting banned everywhere. I'm going to give you siege operating and mechanics and engineering because those are all things that we're going to need. Give you the standard selection of things. There you go, Dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Now go carry boulders. Mazel tov indeed. But no, generally with prisoners that I get, I just release them, usually. More people to kill later. As I don't really run contraptions and such. And if I'm going to run contraptions, I wouldn't use prisoners. I would use soldiers so that I could actually order them to do things. Just give them vampirism or wareism or something. Where did the soundtrack get released? Basically everywhere. It's on Spotify. It's on SoundCloud. Not SoundCloud. It should be on SoundCloud. It's on Spotify. It's on YouTube. It's on iTunes. It's on Bandcamp. It's on Tidal. It's like basically everywhere. You slipped on black ice today? Oh no! It's painful. That's a Dark Souls thing, right? Giant Blue Lizard? Like, I seem to recall seeing that in a Dark Souls speedrun. Palladium blades? Wait, no, oh, not palladium. Pendulum. I mean, you can make spinning blade traps using... I mean, I've never played Dark Souls, so I don't... Like, they do this, right? Because, no, there are no, like, swinging traps. But there are weapon traps. You can fill them with axes. You could... Like, what else you could do? You could make weapon traps and fill them with axes. There's nothing that, like, hangs from the ceiling, which makes that difficult. But, like, I don't know, you could do something weird with minecarts. Yeah, I'm playing the premium soundtrack right now. Which I bought on Bandcamp, by the way. I would honestly say minecart traps would probably be the closest. Make cart grinders, spinning in circles. Just power a minecart. But minecarts can be stopped by a horse now, which makes them less diabolical than they used to be. That's a pretty long-term DF goal. You're going to try and make Sen's Fortress. How big is it in regards to Sen's Fortress? Because, like, there are people that have made almost one-to-one scale replicas of, like, Moria in Dwarf. In fact, I think that there's just, like, straight up a stencil for it if you use, like, can't remember the name of the DF hack plugin. There's a DF hack plugin that allows you to, like, use stencils. Which, and if I recall correctly, there is a one-to-one Moria stencil out there somewhere. I can tell you what it is based on my guesswork. I guarantee you that's the track that plays when you dig too deep, Gus. Phoenix, thank you very much for the 2nd month. Welcome back. We just got an artifact by Lycott, the Stoneworker. Thortis Shrethsler. Natulum, and it's a diorite bed. Also, speaking of things unrelated to this bed, for those of you who've been asking, Diamond especially in chat, if you're here, I think you are, the official soundtrack video for Drink and Industry has a sing-along lyric track on YouTube. So if you want to get those lyrics and you want to make a sing-along, you can do that. But we have a diorite bed. That sounds comfy. It's called Spell Glittered the Windy Saint. Windy Saint sounds like someone who's got a problem with passing gas. This is a diorite bed. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with diorite cabochons and square-cut clear garnets and tapered baguette-cut tanzanites and decorated with llama leather and encircled with bands of round marble cabochons and llama leather. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail. On the item is an image of Kubok, Tramplebolt, the dwarf, and the dwarf in diorite. On the item is an image of Zon Orbruise, the dwarf, and dwarves in Crundlebone. Zon Orbruise is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Zon Orbruise to the position of the king of Rim of the Savants in the early summer of 156. On the item is an image of Box Sod Scourges, the troll, and Civ in dog leather. Civ is striking down Sod Scourges. The artwork relates to the killing of the troll Box Sod Scourges by the dwarf Civ with a bismuth bronze spear in the Mirthful Towers in the mid-autumn of 264 during Dismud Tosep, the Scalded Siege. Sure. Dirty Dave, sure. But there's no T in there, so it doesn't actually work. It's the windy, not the wind it. All right, so I need to put that bed somewhere. Let's put it in the hospital, actually. I can remember where I put my hospital. There it is. Maybe it's supposed to be windy? there an extra letter in windy? But did I read the lyrics? I was like in bed and half awake when I was looking at that video. All I know is the, hold on. A second. I'm just gonna go open it up. Let me go grab this. Which track is playing right now? This is Mountain Home, is what it's called. Takes me way too long to grab this because unfortunately I have higher SEO than they do. So I look it up and I have to scroll for a while before I actually find it. There it is, Drinking Industry lyric video. Let's do a watch along of the Drinking Industry lyric video, shall we? Hail, beauties. It's probably my favorite line. What? There you go. See? Top banger soundtrack? Definitely, yeah. I like the part where it goes, ooh. Is the timer working on Gremlin for Mayor? It should be. Yes. It is in fact working on Gremlin for Mayor. This is the part that we haven't heard before. There you go. Shit slaps. I'm gonna mute YouTube again. Pop up VLC and press play. The 10 hours version got the ending. Oh, true. It's just it doesn't have the ending until the end, right? I've never made it to the end of the 12 or 10-hour version that you uploaded. For those of you who don't know, Diamond made and uploaded a 10-hour version of that song. So if you want to just have that running in the background for 10 hours, you can. Yeah, I've never made it to the end, man. I've only ever, like, started it over. Sorry, I'm not that dedicated. I like having more variety in my music than just once. On repeat for 10 hours at a time. Alright, so you're gonna go store items in stockpiles. Dwarves are still clearing out those boulders. Means we're probably getting pretty close. There we go. Right, now that's a table. I need a chair there. So this is going to be our new tavern. And I need to figure out some way of getting lava flowing through here. Not because I actually need lava flowing through here, but because I want lava flowing through here. I get to figure out how I'm going to do that. So there's this right here. That's a spot we could use. You're cursed with the knowledge? Well, that's good. I've also never noticed the exact cut. All right, so animal, sorry, but you're getting evicted from your bedroom. I need your bedroom for a project. Hopefully there's another bed available for animal. But so what we're gonna do here is I'm going to carve out this center bit right here. And then this is going to become a lava flow. Should be safe, right? Should definitely be safe. I mean, his bedroom's going to be out of commission pretty soon. I mean, then it's going to still need to flow somewhere off the map. And I'm not... I mean, actually, I could just make it go straight through here. Actually, right there's good. See, I could, like, I'm gonna end up building like a. I'm gonna have to destroy a lot of layers of stuff to have a lava flow going through here. But you know, I mean, I should have just built this tavern one level higher. That would have made this much easier. But instead, I'm gonna be cutting through bedrooms and guild halls and such. Should be fun. Although chat room, I've been live for 2 hours and apparently I need to go use the toilet. So I'm gonna go use the toilet. I will be right back while they assemble this furniture. What the combat log? Giant cave. Oh, it's fine. Back in a sec. It's just going to be kind of hot in there. That's the actual issue, is that it'll be kind of hot in there. All right, so this goes from up here down to there. Then this down here, let's just remove this, remove this, remove this, remove this and this. And then right here, in that corner, we're going to dig down. This is one of the only songs I've actually had in full for the past, like, I don't know, maybe year? Because it got released alongside of a gameplay video. So I've actually had access to this particular track, I think, longer than anything else. Move those glass statues over there. Yeah, I don't know. Today's stream feels weird. It's like, it's almost somber. I don't know about you guys, but... like, it's really strange being in this position now where it's like, oh man, shit, Dwarf Fortress is actually, like, out tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, but yeah, out when I do my next stream. Which to me, in my brain right now, is tomorrow. We got another Forgotten Beast. Less than 5 days, yeah. Next week. Where I'm in a strange mood. Someone make... not that strange. So we've got a Forgotten Beast. Odil. Balrog. Kanger? Although, actually, when this VOD releases, it'll be the day after tomorrow. Last classic stream of... yeah, well, not of ever, because I will be still keeping Long Death alive, but... so there's 2 Forgotten Beasts in this layer now, I think. Maybe 3. Because I haven't done much with this layer, because we've done most of the stuff in the lower ones. I mean, I've already gone crazy, Dominic. We all know this. So anyways, we got this Forgotten Beast, which is an enormous Dimetrodon with external ribs. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its auburn scales are large and overlapping. Beware its poisonous bite. So there's a web spitter on this level. And this level does have access to my fort, but via a bridge that currently is closed. So it might actually just go fight with another Forgotten Beast. Question is it even on the map right now? No, it's not. The other Forgotten Beast that I have is enslaved to me. Also, there's that dragon as well. Let's jump actually down to my other Forgotten Beast, which is this one, real quick, and just pull this lever and open the door. Because I want to get more of that silk out. And let's jump back up to the... and let's just spawn, just see where it goes. Just kind of curious. To me, it's just going to kind of swim around in circles. But yeah, next time I stream, Dwarf Fortress is out. That's a weird feeling. That's a really weird feeling. You know, it's kind of funny. I remember this day when I walked down to the grocery store. I bought groceries. This was in like 2019, right? My phone goes off. And then my phone goes off a second time, and I'm carrying 2 bags of groceries. And then my phone goes off a third time. Like I'm just getting DMs. Just kind of said, fuck it. And I looked at my phone, and it's 3 DMs from Bellinair. I just see the body of the text, and it's a link to a YouTube video. And the text underneath it says, hey, I think that this is important. You might be interested in this. Open up the 3 DMs, and I take a look. And it's like a link to the trailer saying that Dwarf Fortress was coming to Steam. Yeah, so there's another Forgotten Beast right here that shoots webs. That's popped up a couple times. So those 2 are going to go fight off screen now, which is fine. We'll let them do their thing. I'm just going to kind of leave that layer separate, I think. And at which point I booked it home and recorded that, or one of the first like Dwarf Fortress news videos I ever did. It seems like it wasn't that long ago, but then I go look at when that trailer was released, and it's like 3.5 years ago, and I'm like, oh. It really doesn't feel that long ago for me. I don't know about you guys, but time just fucking flew by. It's like, in that time, it's like, what have we had? What, 2 years of pandemics? You thought it was a prank? Did you think it was like a fan video or something? I know Clino apparently posted something on the subreddit that day, which I didn't see. Basically teasing that something was happening the next day, and someone in the comments section thought it was Tanya Short and Tarn Adams getting married because, like, they just released a second book or something. Which I still think is really funny. Dwarf wants to practice a martial art and is angry after dwelling upon getting into an argument. Dream of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. You don't like flashy accoutrements. Quick to anger, clearly. How do you feel about stress? Trusting, good to know. Narrow focus on the current activity. All right, good for training. Doesn't seem to have any issues with combat, so hope we put you in the military. Say to yourself, you want to practice martial art? Let's find some other recruits. Curses! How do you feel about the military? That's literally every day. Well, Gus. Maybe you should tell Kit Fox that Blind's in a mood, and if he doesn't get a DF key, he will go insane. Don't do that, please. It's no matter how serious or inappropriate. By assisting those in need, she's not driven. Tends to think before acting. She likes a little excitement now and again. Go join the military, Curses. I'm sure you'll do fine. How about you, Moral? You were interested after learning about growing. And you are not worried, but you are worried. You do everything in your power to avoid excitement and stress. All right, I will not put you in the military. Dreams of raising a family is completely unmoved by beauty. Doesn't generally think before acting. Was pleased by his own looks and accomplishments. Is often envious. Likes to take it easy. Presents himself modestly. Nothing really about combat. Also, dreams of raising a family, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. You know, I'm going to miss the wall of text. I kind of like the daunting wall of text because while it's a bad way to present this information, I kind of like it. It's actually something that I'm really going to miss about this version. Also, the fact that the game doesn't pause now when you open up character sheets in Premium. So when you're just like looking at this screen, the game doesn't pause in the background, which I also don't like, but you'll be able to easily pause by just hitting space, right? Confident under pressure has a strong tendency towards privacy. Dreams of mastering skill in this dream is realized. Like to form negative views about things. Like, I like it because it's kind of like... I remember somebody in chat once saying it looks like you're doing your homework. But, like, I like it because it feels like I get to go exploring and discover information in a big wall of text, and that's fun to me. Read a book and you're satisfied. Angry upon getting into an argument. Dreams of raising family. Impervious to the effects of stress. Perfect. Join the military. That's what we like to see. We like our military to be pretty impervious. Don't mind the ghosts there. They just hang out. Speaking of ghosts, let's see if I can actually get these dealt with. Would it be wrong to put memorials to dead dwarves in the hospital? Just asking for a friend. Let's make some more slabs. We're gonna need them. Also, I can remove the extract metal strands job because we're definitely done with that. Yeah, it's like getting the PDF printout of your rental lease, except instead of it being your rental lease, it's a dwarf's personality, which is kind of a fun thing to witness. Hello, David. Will be a big revolution? In what way? Because revolution can be a good thing, it can be a bad thing, it can be a horrible thing. Well, what do you mean by revolution in this context? You mean just like a bunch of people are going to pick the game up and adore it, and it's going to be like a weird shift in games. I mean, Dwarf Fortress has already had so much effect on the games industry just by existing, and it's never really been wildly available, so. Access to the most complex game ever? You know, I sometimes wonder about Dwarf Fortress actually being the most complex game ever. It's certainly up there, but ever? I don't know. There's some pretty complex games out there. It's definitely a complex game, though. That is a fact. Dwarves will receive so much praise that they shall become sentient and revolt against their human creators. That would be bad. Because, as friend of the channel Tekid has discovered a couple of times, some dwarves can have the same mass, like body mass, as like a large black bear. So like they might be stout, short critters, but imagine like a person that is about 4 feet tall, that has or like a meter, just under a meter tall, or maybe actually no, slightly over a meter tall, but has the density and scale and size of a black bear. That's a minotaur. There's a minotaur here. Delek Abensmithhag has come, a giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Well, best thing to send the recruits after, I think. Actually, you know what? Let's send the virtuous paints at it by himself. One dwarf. I think he's got this. What do you think? You carrying anything here, Minotaur? Nope. Nope. Tarn made about villains and didn't understand a word? He's done a few presentations, and you know what? I think that's part of the fascination with Tarn is because he's a self-taught programmer, I get the feeling that his code doesn't really look like many other people's codes. For better or for worse, you know? There's a 5-minute clip on my YouTube channel, which is a portion of one of his, or one of the chats I did with him, where he just kind of talks about World Gen for about 5 minutes. And I will be honest, by about 10 seconds into that clip, I lose track of what he's talking about and then have no idea what he's talking about for the rest of the clip. And he just starts talking faster and faster and faster and faster and fast as he's going through it. It's like, oh my God. It's great though. Okay, so Minotaur is walking towards the front door. I have sent one military dwarf out to meet it. Let's see if it collides in time. Come on, military dwarf. Where might you be? No sign of him yet. That's not a good sign. Minotaur is walking into the fort now. This is fine. Perfectly fine. Ah, there's my military dwarf. No, that's a different military dwarf running around picking up equipment. Who hasn't even started training yet. All right, well, scratch that plan, because apparently everybody's just not attacking the Minotaur. So instead, I'm going to send everybody to go attack the Minotaur. Which means Curses is probably going to die. Maybe not, actually. Minotaur is now scaring the piss out of all these dwarves, and this very brave recruit is chasing the Minotaur as it runs after Takira, who is maybe going to make it away, maybe won't, has been punched pretty badly and is now bleeding. The military makes it to the scene of the crime and starts pulling the Minotaur away from Takira, who was getting beaten right up until a Spearmaster stabs the Minotaur in the upper body with an adamantine spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the heart. Ooh, damn, how did it not just kill him? The Mason misses the Minotaur, and then, who is Takira, and tried to smack him, I guess. What was Takira saying, actually? Are you okay down there? This is my fight, too. This might require an answer, and I've been injured badly. This leaves me so shaken. Let's see. How are you currently? Cannot breathe. Winded. Okay, winded. That's not too bad. First foot smashed apart? Okay, so basically just like foot smashed apart, winded, can't stand. So hopefully that comes to pretty soon. Curses is attempting to stab the Minotaur, tearing it, which is good, and stabs it a second time in the lower arm with their spear. Well, that's not bad. It's not bad. Also, if you guys want to link talks that Tarn's done in the past, feel free to link them in chat. I don't care. There is no, like, link rules in this chat room. Just keep it relatively on topic. Don't self-promote, and don't be a douche. It's basically the rules. And my series makes you hyped up. I can't wait, Levin, until I can make DF news videos literally using my own content entirely instead of, like, you know, having to use their footage and few things they release. It'll be so nice to just, like, have gameplay in the background that's me playing. I can't wait. It'll make that one person who is insisting that I steal content shut up. This is literally one guy, so it's not actually that big of a deal. The Spearmaster stabs the Minotaur in the neck with an adamantine spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the upper spine's nervous tissue. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn. The recruit misses the Minotaur. Spearmaster then stabs the Minotaur in the upper body with an adamantine spear, tearing the muscle. This Minotaur's not going to live much longer, I don't think. Minotaur is now dead. The final blow was dealt by a Spear Dwarf who stabs the Minotaur in the head with her adamant... Spear Dwarf? Oh, Swords Dwarf, not Spear Dwarf. Swords Dwarf stabs the Minotaur in the head with her adamantine short sword, tearing the muscle, fracturing the skull, and tearing the brain. Usually you just run World Gen in the background. Oh, like... Wait, hold on a second. Are you asking about the Zach and Tarn interviews, or are you asking about the... Yeah, you're thinking of the interviews. I don't know what I'm going to do with the interviews post-premium. Because World Gen's not going to be anywhere near as slow as it currently is. Right now it's very convenient because it's slow. All right, so we have somebody coming to rescue the injured. Doesn't really look like it. Okay, hold on, Takira, you good? It's like maybe I'll just generate like 30 interviews. Or 30 worlds during the interview instead of just one. Still can't breathe, that's bad. Haven't seen any recover wounded. Nobody coming to get ya? I'm gonna get a wheelbarrow, we got wounded. Yeah, I'm gonna have to use Advanced World Gen to make the stuff even bigger. Turn to the military off, maybe one of them. I'll come get him. I like this one too. This one's a vibe. What's this one called? Let's see. Oh, this is Vile Force of Darkness, of course. Yeah, currently my chief medical dwarf is far too busy reciting poetry, all caps, to go help wounded. Anyway, the dwarf died. As for Takira, I blame the chief medical dwarf. It's a shame, truly. I didn't even turn a burrow on. Like, they're just not interested. That's a shame. You can do a round of beers for death. I like to think that dwarven deaths are kind of like the night Pat Murphy died, you know? The night that Patty Murphy died was a night I'll never forget. All the boys got a load of drunk and they ain't got sober yet. Every time that bottle was passed around, everybody was feeling gay. And Larry came with the bagpipes with the music for a play. Because that's how they show their respect for Patty Murphy. That's how they show their rudder and their pride. Said it was a spit of shame, they winked at one another, and every drink at the place was full the night Pat Murphy died. Or however that song goes. Shout outs to the Great Big Sea. Hey, Brewhog. What up? How you been, man? Traveling a bit? Hell yeah. Can be fun. You gonna be back in time for Dwarf Fort? Unless you're back now, it's hard to tell. Or just, you know, fighting with demons. We've got a dragon in the soon-to-be tavern. You know, it's been a good time, shall we say? Also, I like that the dwarf is meditating on fire, not actually on fire, though. Well, gotcha. I mean, I'm stupidly busy right now, so. Dragon's Brew, the ultimate spicy alcohol. I'm good. Spicy alcohol's not my shtick. All right, so we gotta make this hole go down here. So I'm assuming, handle that. All the way up to the top. I'll get worked on that. Dwarf's getting placed in tomb. Ah, man. I'm sad that that dwarf died. That dwarf didn't need to die. But, you know, wrong place, wrong time. A minotaur walked in the side door and the military just didn't get there in time. Unfortunately, she suffocated before our doctors could revive her. You believe that dwarves see death as something far less frightening than us, being accused of being accustomed to it? Of course, also knowing that there is no end, there being literal ghosts and all. Yeah, totally. And you know, like if you see ghosts running around all the time, I'm sure like you'd be like, ah, god damn it, I don't want to be like that. I'm sure that they have they're probably pretty well acquainted with afterlife, I would assume. Will they dig it without hindrance? Depends on the dwarf. Some dwarves will just go thunk, 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 down, and some will just kind of cancel, stop, and climb out. Depends on the dwarf, really. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, because some dwarves will do the dumb thing that you tell them to do, and other dwarves will be like, the fuck? Depends on how focused on the current activity I think they are. I like this comment. Blind for president. We don't have presidents in Canada. So I literally can't be a president in my country, and I have no interest in leaving this country. So please don't vote for me for president, because that's an impossible thing for me to achieve. That too, Tygo, yeah. Blind for queen? That's more plausible. Prime Minister. There you go. The Amazon Prime Minister. Wait. Something, something, Amazon Prime. Emperor for life? That sounds exhausting, man. My anxiety is too high to be in a position of political power. I feel like you need to be a more stable human than I am capable of being. Let's sit up a little straighter. Look professional-ish. So it doesn't look like I'm just sitting here cross-legged in my chair. King of the Mountain Home. I don't know about you, but I don't have a beard. I don't think I deserve to be a king of any mountain home without a beard. All right, do we just have a kid playing down here? This is gonna be a problem. Kiddo, I hate to break it to you, but there's gonna be lava flowing down this pretty soon. Which might be bad for your health. Not that I would know. Let's pull hair in the front and put it in a braid and just like tie it to under my nose. I'm sure that'll definitely look like, you know, a beard. Definitely. People certainly won't call sus on that. Too close to the keyboard. Don't tell him that he said bread, not braid. Let's go here. All right, so let's just do that. That's going to be the lava flow. You have to type in exclamation point tickets, see how many you have. Gus. And then exclamation point invest and then the number. Not that hard. Just got to do the commands in the right order. Otherwise, nothing happens. All right, you. I like this one. This track's a banger. What is this? I think this might be my favorite. Forgotten Beast. You know, I could actually keep this as a bedroom. It's just gonna be a really small one. Speaking of bangers. Hail beauties. Which is what that means, supposedly. Yep, it worked. Bot'll tell you if it didn't, if it didn't. Alright, so that's our only perfect gem in this fortress, which I'm completely surrounding with windows. What's up, Backray? It's okay, Bot's not supposed to respond to everything you say. Bot doesn't care about you or your wishes. Someone's got to go all in. Akray's just, you know, committing to the bit. You could too. Or is simply refusing to partake in gambling mini-games, which honestly, I don't blame. I'm not gonna lie, listening to this music while playing this game just makes me want to play premium. Like, up until now, I've been kind of okay. Just kind of been like, yeah, no, just doing my thing, playing normal games. Don't need to have premium right now or anything. I'll get by. I'll be just fine. And now I'm sitting here, I'm like, fuck. You know what I mean? It's just like, shit. I still have to wait another 4 days. 4.5 days. Ugh, yeah, no, it's actually starting to get to me. Now that I'm sitting here going, I don't have... Today's my last stream before premium releases. Just makes me think one thing, which is... I'm not gonna sleep for the next 4 days, am I? Fast travel? God damn, I wish. Although, if fast travel existed in real life, do you have any idea how often I'd be going to Europe? Or, like, Florida, just to go hang out with Hobo for a weekend? God, I'd do that all the time if I could. Alright, so we need this dwarf to mine to the end of this. Have I seen the Blazeball announcement? Nope, because I got weirdly obsessed with Blazeball for like 6 weeks and then forgot it existed. Long time ago. And haven't thought about it since. So, no, I didn't see the Blazeball announcement. Is it something I should care about? Bit too busy paying attention to Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, no Kit Fox stream today, no. Last week was the last one. Worshipper of a god I don't see very often. Which one was that? A.S. Oz. Most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with jewels. Killed a Crundle. This dwarf's actually pretty happy, which is weird. How do you feel about the military? He's pessimist, has a sense of duty, independent. Doesn't focus on material goods. Occasionally overindulges. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is often lustful. Or does not often feel lustful. Doesn't really care about anything anymore. Is somewhat focused. You'll be fine. Join the military. What about you? Dwarf killed a forgotten beast. I think this dwarf was in the military. Wants to practice martial art. We're gonna put you in the military again. Why are we sad, Panda? Told what happened? Oh, because Kid Fox isn't doing another stream? Supposedly, though, because I asked Alexandra when she was in the chat yesterday, and she said that they might do something again in the future. Well, what is it, Curses? Feel free to share. But yeah, she said that they might stream again in the future, but not until after release. Not until the game is out. You know? You know what? This is no fun. Let's make this more fun. Actually, is that closer to there, or... Okay, no, that's definitely further. How about over here? Definitely further. Okay. Games will start again on January 9th. Cool. I probably won't take part, I'll be honest. When it comes to Blazeball. The time and place for it has passed. My interest has waned. I don't see it coming back. Plucking at your heartstrings, right? It's like, you know what this soundtrack is reminding me of? And I finally found a good comparison for it. I don't know if any of you guys ever felt this, but when Smash Brothers released... Whenever a new Smash Brothers comes out, right? And they release all of those fancy pants remixes of all of the old Nintendo music, it just makes me fucking giddy. And that's how I feel about this right now. It's like, oh, hey, it's all this music that you've kind of just listened to for like forever. Except all of a sudden it sounds kind of different. It sounds like that. And it's kind of wild. It's like, oh, look, it's an official metal cover of, like, Castlevania songs and stuff like that. Music is always what draws you back into games? How the heck have you, like, had any interest in Dwarf Fort then? DF music will, yeah, exactly. It's finally going to stop driving people bananas after 10 minutes because that's really all it does. It just makes people go nuts. Well, technically it's from the SoundSense utility, not LNP, which is a separate thing. Just LNP is a mod pack. It plays the music too, though. I thought it did, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. And timed out for spam? Yeah. This is why you're not a mod, Diamond. Selects the music depending on season. Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like mostly certain that SoundSense is what plays the music. But especially considering the playlist that I have with all of Simon's old music is literally called SoundSense Utility 2012, so. You know, I'm just gonna shout out this comment. Some people are just asking for the important things. I don't think that they thought that their thing would be shown to 220 people 3 minutes after they posted that. Where boob mod? Add sex! What? I should say that once really loudly when my window's open. In the summer when there's people playing outside. People just hanging out on the door. Also, flesh balls already exist, Haas. Come on. Literally already in the game. So if you insist, you can have that. If anybody's wondering what this is a lava drain. I do not need to go this way. I don't even think it's going to flow this far, but we'll find out. It might eventually. Because my new tavern needs a... Well, actually, I'm going to need to replace some... Actually, now that I think about it, I should just replace some of that stone with glass. So it can glow, you know? But my new tavern right here is going to have a... Well, I guess I need to deconstruct these to be able to get in there anyway. It's going to have this in the center, which is going to be a lava fall. Which should be a pretty good time, I think. Morning Deep. Did you see the new soundtrack was released? Which means technically part of Dwarf Fortress is out now. We have the soundtrack. Yes. Diamond. Males can be gelded. So, yes. Also, an enemy have come and are laying siege to the fortress. They seem to have brought their battle camels again. You're welcome, I suppose. So what we're going to need to do is I'm going to need to lock the dwarves inside. Is that in fact a battle camel? It is in fact a two-humped camel. No battle cows on the front line this time. And this, of course, is the sacrificial nations, a human civilization that I attacked because they were attacking the dwarves. A different dwarven faction. We're going to follow this camel. See where it leads this great army. Looks like they also brought war dogs, as well as just camels. I'm assuming those are just camels. Yeah, so they brought camels, war dogs, and then also some people. No battle cattle yet. What else have they brought? More camels? You'd love to be able to war train mounts in fortress mode. I know it's something that Tarn's talked about a couple of times, but it's also one of those things that's like, oh hey, a horse. It's also one of those things where it's like harder than it sounds. So I feel like stare at the army update, which is, you know, something that's perpetually in the works, right? I mean, I'm definitely not planning on using my elephants as a way of fighting back against hell soon today. Which is definitely something I'm planning. I'm just waiting for more of them to become adults. And then I need somewhere for them to be able to eat. But we're going to be pasturing a bunch of war elephants at the entrance to hell and seeing how long the demons and the elephants last. I mean, the thing I really want, truly, is just war pigs. I feel like dwarves are small enough to be able to ride on pigs, right? Pigs are pretty big. Dwarves aren't that big. I feel like a dwarf can, like, you know, use a pig as a mount. Classic. Unul here reading an offering to probing. It's been in the fortress for decades now. Many dwarves love that book. Don't blame them. I've heard it's a classic. We're going to follow Bastet as she slowly walks to the place where she can pull the lever. Yeah, wow, that's a lot of camels. Actually, that is a lot of camels. It's enough camels that the frame rate got slow. It's almost like someone's stuck somewhere. That's what this feels like. And so I knew it would slow down, but this is a bit too slow. It's probably just everything spawning. Actually, there's like 215 of them now. Only if you have a dirty mind, Owlman. Which clearly you do. But that's fine. We'll permit it. Just make sure you give your mind a shower at some point. Probably needs it. Soap's good for you, I'm telling you. I mean, dwarves know that soap is so good for you that they used to clean their eyes with soap when they would get contaminants in their eyes. Fortunately, they no longer do that. But I think it's also kind of a shame. I think they should keep doing that, personally. So my introduction to Dwarf Fortress video has suddenly started getting kind of a lot of traffic from YouTube search. Dwarven eye wash station? Yeah! So you gotta get that pus out of your eyes somehow. I really hope that they built that wall. Yes, they did. No, that's the feeling you get when your eyes are cleaned. Oh god. This is why the game's lagging. Look at that glob of mounted units. Like, oh my god. There's so many of them. There's just so many of them. They're camels. Two-humped camels. The last time they attacked me, they brought camels, cattle, war dogs, and also an army of humans. This time it seems to be humans, camels, horses, and dogs. No cows this time. Yeah, it's a pretty solid cavalry. It's like, that's a good blend of... Oh my god, there's already a dog in the fort? Holy shit. Okay, hold up. There's actually a few of them. Damn, they really ran ahead. All right, so I'm gonna have to tell Bastet to not pull that lever. Actually cancel that. Because I need this dwarf right here, this Spearmaster, to go save Bastet's life, because Bastet's in trouble right now, getting attacked by a war dog. Although is currently fighting with the war dog. It might be winning. Scratches the war dog in the tail, tearing the muscle. It bites her. She hacks at the war dog in the upper body with her battle axe, because apparently she has a battle axe? Okay. Tearing apart the muscle and shattering the spine's bone. Actually, she might be a woodcutter. An artery has been opened by the attack. No, it's not time to release the dragon yet. Anyway, dog is gone. Second one just showed up. And I think Bastet's gonna kill it too. Yep. Bastet just, like, murked two war dogs and is in a state of rage right now, which is not good, by the way. I would be too, though. Frustrated after dwelling upon being unable to wander. Well, wander these. Oh, never mind. Ran away. Okay, there it is. Other war dog is coming back. I still need that lever pulled, though. Gosh. Killed a third dog. Or rather, maybe he's just killed two. The first one might have ran away. But no, dragons are like glass cannons. I don't want the dragon to die. So no, we are not releasing the dragon just yet. Yeah, these fucking war dogs are getting rather annoying, I have to say. Really need to get that lever pulled. Here comes the military. Actually, that dog went and got caught in a cage trap. That's kind of funny. Bastet's retreating. Who's pulling the lever now? I'm sure somebody else is. I don't see who's pulling the lever. Apparently somebody is. I just haven't seen it yet. My military's showing up to fight with these dogs. But no, we're not going to be releasing the dragon probably, if I had to guess, looking at the time streamed, for another 5 hours. If I had to guess, there's some things I want to do first. That I have to have done by tonight, or that I want to have done by tonight. I don't have to have them done, but I would like to. Aquafunkalistic Booty Whap is going to be the glorious lever puller, because Bastet had to retreat. War Dog Rogan. Rogan is a funny name for a war dog. Chat, can I get a round of beers for all these humans that are about to discover the gloriousness of our great towers of lava? Seems like the dwarves or the dogs are retreating. Now I do need them to move forward, though. Fortunately, this glob of humans appears to be moving, so that is a positive thing. You know, it's kind of funny. I was working on something behind the scenes on a secret project with another Dwarf Fortress YouTuber, and we were talking about like translating stuff into Dwarven and things, and just kind of stated in our chat room, I was like, you know, this might be the nerdiest thing I've ever done. He goes, you know, I do like run D&D games somewhere, but this is up there. All right, this is sketchy as hell. War dogs versus my military. War dogs could definitely win if things go poorly for us. Would like those dwarves to retreat, actually, is what I would like. Also like to see the dwarf who's coming to pull that lever. The dogs seem to have fallen back, but are now moving forward, which I don't like. So I'm actually going to Unactivate my military and say, back up. Okay, fine. Keep fighting. This is gonna be fun. That's 1, 2, 3 dogs, 4 dogs, 3 dogs. Extra good games. Thanks for the 5th month with Prime. Welcome back. Did Dwarf fall into lava? Maybe. It's hard to tell. Nope, didn't fall into lava. Okay, they were both just in the same tile. Those are just teeth flying into lava. Easy to mistake the two. They didn't cancel the pull lever job, did they? They may have. Check, can I get a couple extra beers for extra good games, please? All right, well, a lot of dog bits just flew into the lava. It's for the best, I suppose. It does, in fact, slap incredibly hard. This dwarf? Nope. I will say the siege is making the frames kind of single digit. All right, so I think I'm just gonna lock this dwarf in here. We'll just use you. We're gonna load that cage trap, and then we're gonna get you to pull this lever. It's well timed too. I don't think this is even the siege music. No, this is the winter music. I don't think the music in game is gonna be playing anywhere near as frequently as I have it playing because there's like interludes and such. Okay. So Haz Huzzah and Urvad did a very good job dispatching of those dogs, including killing what, 3 of them himself. Well done, Haz. Here comes that blob of humans. Nope. It's unlikely to be anything in particular as well, because I've just kind of got them playing in a loop. Dang, this is actually really laggy. There's got to be something stuck somewhere. Hold up. Let's do a real quick check. Like, I'm currently at the point where it's like, are you sure there isn't, like, a cat in a tree somewhere? Or behind a door somewhere? I mean, there might be. There may actually be a cat somewhere. It's jumping to dwarves with no jobs because dwarves with no jobs are the ones that are most likely to be stuck somewhere. Yeah, they're here to provide something for the barbecue, that's for sure. Yeah, I don't know. We'll figure it out after the siege. I'm sure it's got something to do with that. But this is, in fact, pretty glacial. There's also the fact that there's also, like, an army of hell in the basement that is probably trying to get out still, too. Did you hear siege? Lots of H's. Horses and camels. Humans galore. Mostly horses and camels. We killed most of their war dogs already. But kind of having some framey problems. How have I not built a thing for that leather worker yet? You know what? I'm gonna do something that's very unpopular. Slaughter every cat. Not Durgan, though. Just cats. Kittens included. Starting to just blame them for the frames. It's like, it's still playable. They're just really glacial right now. Although butchering cats during a siege is not the best thing to do. But, you know. Should also get rid of these llamas because I'm really not using them anymore. It's like we're kind of done needing that form of linen. Keep the crundles. Go. No, they don't. We're not tossing them into lava. We're slaughtering them. They'll be made into soup. So now we get to wait for this dramatic slowdown to play out, meaning lag. Actually, maybe I wonder. Nope, that wasn't it. No, I would never waste good meat. Although implying cats is good meat is kind of funny. All right, so now the center bridges are gonna raise. Right now, I would assume. Right now? This is the slowest this fort's run so far, I will say. But it's definitely because of the, like, 600 extra entities plus, I don't know, 4,000 extra items walking onto the side of the map. So I'm really hoping torching them brings the frames back to where they were previously. There we go. Took them long enough. Okay, are those dogs coming towards us or going away? There's also a couple camels in there. It's also got something to do with these guys suddenly, you know, wanting to path up again. And there's so many of them. So many of them. Any meat is good if you're brave enough or if it has lots of strong spices. I would say the weirdest meat I've eaten, probably moose nostril. Did I accidentally, like, seal somebody in somewhere or something? Because, like, it was all fine and dandy. Just trying to, like, diagnose this problem. Nostril. Yes. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like it shouldn't be lagging this much yet. Here we are. Oh, shit. Giant cave spider? Ooh. Spooky. Alright. Trying to pen past your crundles. Probably ain't helping. You know what? Fuck it. Let's try this. Let's just go nuclear with these options. Everybody into the tavern. Cancel all the jobs. It's possible. I'm trying to figure it out. I went through all the dwarves that didn't have jobs a couple minutes ago, and I didn't see anybody in a tree. Well, maybe. But that would kind of surprise me. So, not totally sure. Let's just go through all the doors without jobs right now. There is, like, a small chance there's somebody in the basement that is stuck somewhere, but not in the fort itself. That's pretty unlikely. There is a few locked doors in the fort, but they're few and far between. And so I see it as unlikely that that's the problem. Actually, unless it's this dwarf. Hold on. But this one's chained up, so that should be a non-issue. Yeah, also it's in the burrow, so that shouldn't be an issue either. Okay, let's just turn off all these squads. Let's check something. Where are you? Remove you from that squad. Animal dissector. I have an animal dissector? Okay, well, it's not Dumont. Problem is we have a lot of trees, and this is a large map. So it's... But yeah, I can tell you that there isn't just some random dude in a tree that's causing all this. Pretty sure. So I guess kind of we just have to wait. Because like the frame rate was totally fine until the siege showed up. It's strictly this siege that seems to be screwing it. Actually, hold up. Let's try this. But I would like the frame rate to be at least like above 5 FPS so that this doesn't take 3 hours to play out. Which it currently is. Do I use DFAC? Nope. Will I use DFAC? Nope. No, we'll figure this out. Even if it takes me all day, turns out. Smoke? That was a bundle of flies. It's got nothing to do with stance, I just don't use it. Like, it's not like it's... Like, you make it sound like it's a war. It's really not. Just don't. Actually, hold up. Pause the game. I'll speed this up. Okay, it's not those two. What about this one? It would help if I was hitting the right button and going in the right direction. It's not that. These. They're all forbidden, but they're pet passable. Let's just unforbid them, might as well. Not those. Make that pet passable. That fix it? Nope, wasn't that. Yeah, I don't know. At this point, I'm just kind of assuming it's the siege. That's my assumption, because like every single thing that I could think that could be causing it, it just kind of comes back to it's the siege. So the siege must be trying to path somewhere really weird. But if anybody else has ideas that are unrelated to DF hack, feel free to share. Otherwise, we're just going to be here for a while, which is fine. We're just going to be sitting here and waiting for this siege to finally show up. I will say that I am really starting to wonder why I let all those cats multiply. Kind of just blaming them in my head, to be honest with you. I think there's got to be a cat stuck in a tree somewhere. Sweet beats to pass the time? Eh, only if chat's moving. Otherwise, I'm just sitting here quietly getting frustrated to myself. Okay, let's do this. Disable all of these slaughter orders for now. This still, to me, sounds like just the first track that I heard. It is almost that one. It's obvious it's been through more mastering since, though. Yeah, that doesn't change anything, but at least the dwarves aren't trying to slaughter everything now, even if they can't reach them, which is the concern. That's not an option. And I guarantee you that isn't the problem. Because there isn't that many of them down there. And they didn't all just spawn like that, right? They also have no pathing direction into the fortress currently. Meaning they aren't even trying to because they can't. Essentially, like, how do I word this? The things can only cause frame rate issues if they're trying to path somewhere. And if they don't have any way to path somewhere, then they can't hurt your frames, right? They have no way to path into my fortress right now, so their entities might as well not exist. These, on the other hand, this pile of humans, which caused the frame rate to drop when they spawned, are pathing into my fortress. So all we can really do is wait until these humans finally make it to my fort and die. But until then, it's just going to be dramatic slowdown, I suppose. So we got to sit here and entertain each other while we wait. Are you going to question everything I say, Gus, or are you just going to believe that I know what I'm talking about? Because I think that you are just going to continue questioning everything that I say with zero faith as to whether or not I know what I'm talking about. And let's just go with the statement that I do know what I'm talking about right now. So if there is no, they can't try to path if there is no pathing route, right? The reason things getting stuck in places, specifically dwarves and previously cats getting stuck in places, causes frame rate problems is because, is it less of an issue with a better CPU? You'd be hard pressed to have a better CPU than the one I have right now for this game. So the issue with like dwarves being stuck in places is if a dwarf is stuck somewhere, and you order them to path somewhere, then the frame rate dies. So if you have a soldier and that soldier is stuck somewhere and you're like, hey, soldier, path somewhere, but they can't access that location for whatever reason or another, then your frame rate will fall over for your soldiers, right? That isn't an issue for me right now because I'm not telling my soldiers to go anywhere. If it's a non-ordered unit, so if it's like a unintelligent entity or an intelligent entity or something that's on the map but doesn't have access to a place, unless they're thinking like humans, then your frame rates will drop anyway. But if it's something like demons where they're not really thinking and they're just hanging out, and if they have a way to path to my fortress but that way is sealed and they can't get through it, like a door or a trapdoor, that'll impact frame rate because they're trying to path through it and constantly checking and it's still sealed, right? But if there isn't a way through, like in this case, just a wall of rock, which is all that's there right now, they have no ability to path through that or even attempt to path through that because there is no option for pathing available, right? So if there's no option for pathing, they can't impact your frame rate. And that's why, Like, it's because the game, even if you can't see them, even if they're not loaded, the game is still keeping track of their location, right? This goes for the cavern layers. This goes for hell. This goes for areas above ground too. Regardless of whether or not the game is showing them to you, the game knows that they're there, right? Which is what the map rewrite's going to fix. It's going to be able to remove layers that the game isn't showing right now. But so when you start a new fort with a completely undiscovered map, the game knows where the demons are, right? They know their exact location down in the underworld. And they don't impact your frame rate until you give them a route into your fortress. That's about as much as I can explain that. Although the frame rate is above, like, 3 FPS now, which is cool. We were down to, like, a frame a second for a little bit. Yeah, dwarves are moving about every other second. That's not too bad. That's pretty fucking bad. But I'm pretty much convinced at this point that it'll be fixed when the siege dies. We'll just watch them walk towards us. But yeah, I'm using an i7 7700K right now, pie chart, which is one of the best CPUs you can use for this game. That's a broad question. Okay, so that's like saying, what's the best oxygen you've breathed last month? I don't know. But you're being too specific. You asked a broad, specific question, right? And a broad, specific question is very difficult to answer because it's like, what's the best thing that happened in a very, very wide list of great things? Okay. If you want to give me a broad question, give me a broad question. Don't give me a broad, specific question. i7 7700K processor, which is a processor that didn't sell a lot, and I don't think they make anymore. But it's essentially one of the highest single-core clocks from the i7 line. You implement boring pathfinding. Uncle Gus is how you implement pathfinding without it grinding to a halt. The one that I always return to, Irony, is something that I found in Legends, which is a human necromancer queen, who was like the daughter of a baron. So like kind of a couple steps removed from the throne, lied and cheated and gambled and assassinated people on her way to eventually becoming queen of the whole faction, extending her own life, becoming a necromancer. And all the while she would have like multiple spouses a year and get divorced frequently and constantly. And then eventually, when she became queen and she was also a necromancer at that point, instead of just, repeatedly getting married, she would also not only repeatedly get married, but repeatedly get married and then also assassinate her husbands and then resurrect them as undead. So she basically built a massive army of thousands of zombies. Is this Tarn's noodling? Oh yeah, it's at the end of the main theme, right? There's 2 with his. So that's probably the most memorable piece of emergent storytelling, but like this game is all about emergent storytelling. It's like I have like 4 or 5 of those stories that I find a day. I just don't always vocalize them. Speaking of Tarn, I don't think this is going to happen, but something I really, really, really want is Tarn cuts his hair every single time he releases a new version of Dwarf Fort. How loudly do you think we need to yell at Kit Fox to get a live stream of Tarn cutting his hair? Just saying. He's gotten like a little, like, Doc Brownish as of late. It's just amazing and so exciting to experience with it when the release comes. You never got your head around the ASCII and the GFX and UI. Yeah, totally. It's the strangest artifact your dwarves have made? I don't know. Probably the thong that Bastet's dwarf made just because it was funny. Or the pink tourmaline scepter called the Pink Impaler, which was just fun. Mostly innuendo, I think. It is very, well, it's obtuse, yeah. I don't think it's necessarily inaccessible. It's only as inaccessible as a wiki, but also the frame rate just sped up a bit. Hey, we're at like 5 frames a second now. Cool, game's playable again. Ew, I don't know what the fuck happened, but nice. Yeah, the Pink Impaler, Pink Tourmaline Scepter was very funny. But yeah, honestly, most of the most memorable artifacts, I think, for me, are just innuendo. And there's a lot of those. To the point where, for a while there, Cupo, I think, just straight up had a mod that renamed scepters to dildos. I'm trying to think of other, like, random things. I think, like, rare clothing are always cool, because, like, there's certain types of clothing dwarves can't make, like turbans. I'm pretty positive dwarves just can't make turbans. There might be, like, a small chance a faction can, but in my experience, I've never seen a dwarf that's able to make a turban. And every now and again, they'll make one as part of an artifact, which is really cool. Stuff like that. I don't know. It's like, oh, hey, they made a thing. Neat. Also, if I wasn't streaming right now in a situation like this, I would literally just, like, get up, go make a cup of coffee, and come back. It's just one of those points. You had a dwarf make a human weapon once, so that was, okay, fair enough. I mean, like, yeah, fell moods, where they make stuff out of intelligent life, are always memorable. I had a dwarf get made into a chair. I don't really know how you do that, but had a lot of leather and other things. Unsure if goblins can? Yeah. It's always interesting to see dwarves that are, or it's always interesting to see dwarves that are, how do I word this? Very clearly part of a different culture. Like, they show up and it's like, oh, you're a dwarf, but you have an elf name. So, yeah, no. It's that's also always kind of cool. There was a series of forts that I had that had a bunch of dwarves in it that were very clearly from a human civ because they all had short, curly hair and no beards. That was interesting. Which is like, how the hell does that happen? Like, how the heck do you have a bunch of dwarves that all culturally decided to shave? It's like some sort of protest. Trying to think of other things. Am I stoked for the Steam edition, or are you institutionalized? That's a fucking disgusting way of putting that. I think I'd be stupid to not be excited for it. Imagine a dwarf with a gravelly voice introducing themselves as Nethanine Flower. I'm lusty bust-faced. Dwarfy stuff. But yeah, it's real neat seeing, like, dwarves show up with definitely not dwarven names. Because it's like, what happened to you? Then you go look at all the different factions they've been part of, and it's like, you're a part of 8 different factions. What is the green? Glass. Or weed, depending on what kind of green you're referring to. But in the fort, it's definitely glass. Green glass. Simple glass made of sand. $154. God, that's so many entities. It's like, for reference, it's like every single one of these humans is carrying all of this gear, right? All of this gear has its location that's being tracked, its weight, its temperature. And all of that is moving towards. It's like, yep, it's all glass. This entire pyramid is made out of glass. All of this green is glass, except for the very top of it, which has a lot of gold, diorite, and bloodthorn, which is a type of mushroom you find deep, 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 deep underground. I know a lot of people prefer clear glass, but you like to imagine the whole world and imperfections of. Well, see, here's the thing. Like, look at some medieval glass. Literally reading Matrix code? No, it's not. It's really not. As somebody who has played this game with the Matrix tile set and the Matrix color scheme, which is just the Matrix font, it's perfectly playable. What's up, DJ? Things is good. We're waiting for some fucking slow-ass humans to stop wrecking my frame rate and get in my fort so I can burn them to death. Usual stuff. What's up, Reddy? No patient to wait. You cannot sleep because I've had the realization this morning, Ready Balls, that today is my last stream before Dwarf Fortress releases, because I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays. Those are the days that I stream primarily. So after, as these war dogs and whatnot slowly walk into the fort, after today's stream is done, I basically just get to sit in my apartment and wait until they send me a key. And I'm not going to be able to sleep for the next 4 days. Assuming they send me a key. Good win, Akre. That always all-inning thing seems to be working for you. But yeah, no, I mean, look at medieval glass, Deep. Medieval glass isn't clear. Like, there's a reason stained glass is a thing. Is because, like, they had different colors of glass. Making, like, somewhat opaque and, like, semi-transparent, like, muddy, foggy glass was significantly easier. Like, yes, it let color through, but very little of that was perfections. A lot of imperfections in early glassware. Is there a countdown somewhere? So there is this very unofficial, super duper, definitely run by just members of my chat stream called Gremlin for Mayor, which has a countdown timer until Dwarf Fortress releases, which I can shout out. So you could go just watch that. But I think, according to the Steam API, which is what that's pulling from, oh, my dwarves are just like vaulting over lava. Dwarves, you're stressing me the fuck out. Please stop doing that. They run forward. I don't even think I lost any. Did I? Nope, did not lose a single dwarf yet. Although something fell into lava. Never mind. Lost Rakust. Good for you, Rakust. Ooh, then he exploded. Painful. GremlinFairMayor.com is not appearing anymore. Diamond, your website's down. Is what it is. It happens sometimes. All right, I need to bring these dwarves back. Run away. Let's just stab this human to death. And just let these dwarves retreat. After that human dies. Dodge those arrows. Come on, man. There we go. Frame rate's basically back now, which is nice. All right, let's get them retreating. Oof, that dwarf just about got hit by an arrow. It missed. That human needs to train their archery a little bit, I think. What's the bright red? Bright red? You mean this? So this is lava that is on the layer that we're looking at. This is lava that's a layer below the layer that we're looking at. So this is lava. This is us above the lava looking down on lava. This is us further above the lava, so you can only see it off in the distance. And now we can't see it anymore. So it's all lava, if that's what you're asking. If not, you're looking at blood. But something very cool is about to happen. So for those of you who haven't seen... Deep, thanks for the 5-pack. Cheers, man. So for those of you who haven't seen my fortress defend itself yet, we're about to. So we're going to go up here, and we're going to go pull the red door. And we're going to let these dwarves move a little further. So they're going to pull that door. We're going to wait just a little bit. And I'll go through those gift subs in a second. Let's jump to our party music. You guys know what to do, Chad. We're going to pull the green door, which might send some things flying. Just need that dwarf to go pull the lever. So we're going to watch this human fly a little bit. Drinking industry. Okay. Hail, beauties. So now that popped, we can pull this lever, which is how I deal with the rest of sieges. It only took like an hour for them to walk across the map, but hey, worth it. Look at the frame rate coming back. It's glorious. So now I can pause, and you see all the things that are flashing red? They're all burning. So if I go down, look at all these I like how the camels and the horses burn slower than the humans. I guess they have less mass. How are you not dead over here, pikeman? Or burning right now? Oh, it's because you didn't make... I see. So the way this works, it pumps the lava from down here, up to here, up to here, up to the top, and then it spills over the outside when I pull a lever. Reminds you of Boat Murdered? Cool. Although Boat Murder didn't have multiple Z levels. It's powered by all of these axles up here, which go down to here. And this little creek here is powering all of these water wheels. It's way too much power. I do not need all of these. But these are what's powering the pumps that pump the lava. So now what I can do very quickly is I can go over here and I can open the red door so that we can leave. And I can open the green door so that we can walk out. And I can pull the top floodgates lever so that it stops dumping the lava. And then I can let this dwarf out of the side room, and we have access to the front, and we can go outside again. There's just horses caught in lava. Well, that's unfortunate. All right, so now that that's done, let's wait for this dwarf to pull that. Pull that. And did I not pull the last one? I guess I didn't pull the last one. Just let you go grab the last one. Go grab the last one, come on. And then I can let you out. And now the frame rate's back. Blame the humans. Literally blame the humans for my frame rate. All right, so did I unlock the door? Yes, I did. Meaning you should be able to go and do other things. There you go. You're gonna go drink. Perfect. And you can let the dwarves go. How do I know when a siege is coming? You don't until they tell you. Although you know, or I know what factions I'm at war with, which I can find out by going to this, by hitting C and then pressing C a second time for civs. Then I can select me, the Scorching Lobster. By the way, I'm apparently at war with my own faction now. I don't actually know how that happened, but apparently we're now in a civil war. Well, that's not good. Anyway, so yeah, I'm at war with everything. 2 different goblin factions, my own faction apparently, and the Sacrificial Nations. Probably something to do with me like burning multiple trade caravans accidentally. It was an accident, but I guess they finally figured it out. Oops. It's not a glitch, no. Well, it is and it isn't. It is and it isn't. Deep. It's a glitch if it happens if you didn't do anything. It's not a glitch if you did something. I definitely did multiple things. It's a glitch if so if you start a brand new fortress and you go to this screen and you have 7 dwarves and you're at war with your home faction, that's a glitch. If you intentionally attack your own faction or intentionally kill your own dwarves, they will go to war with you. Which fort are we playing? We are playing the final stream, I guess, of Stonewater, which apparently is at war with its own faction, which is fitting. I would be too. It wasn't on purpose, okay, contingency. It was an accident. I was burning an enemy siege, and the traders decided to leave. Okay, it wasn't my fault. And then they did it again the next year. It also wasn't my fault. It was pretty epic, though. How goes the progress on the waterfall? Working on it. Working on it. Working on it. Is there a new coming up? No, premium releases on Tuesday next week, and that's my next scheduled stream, is Tuesday. So unless they give me a key on Friday and are like, hey, you can stream this on Saturday, this is my last stream until the game releases. Although, once premium is out, I'm gonna be streaming, like, at minimum 6 days, or 5 days a week, 5 to 6 days a week for basically the rest of the month. I'm using an older tile set. I'm using the same tile set I've used for the last 5 years. So, yes, with slight modifications. But, you know, it's kind of fine that we're in a civil war anyway, because this faction is basically dead. If we go over here, you see all these forts? All of these forts are the Rim of Savants, my faction, right? All of these are run by this goblin civ down here. So this faction's basically dead anyway, plus we're the mountain home. So Stonewater is the mountain home, and my faction is basically dead, so checks out. Why not both? Real pizza? It's been a long time since I've been this excited about a game, I'll say that. I would say, actually, I'm trying to think. When's the last time I was this excited about a release? I was pretty excited about the 1.0 of Jupiter Hell. But that was like just a game that was in early access, leaving early access, right? So it's not like suddenly I get to play it for the first time. but, you know, seems like it's time to burn more things already. We're not going to get much time to work at this rate. Goblins have arrived. Fortunately, they're just going to run straight in. The little flies. A finely designed image of a sunberry. It's the rhyming tick. A goblin civilization. Time to put you dwarves back into the place where you just came from. You just can't seem to focus on more. I mean, fair enough. I mean, if I get key early, there will be a lot of videos on day one on my YouTube channel, and then I will be streaming because it's what I do. But aside from that, like, you know, you do you, right? Streams will be here. There will be a lot of people streaming. But it's cool to know that you're keeping Gremlin from Air up 24/7. I'll be honest, it's been I don't know if this has been as much fun for Aqua and Diamond who are running that stream, but it's been real amusing just like seeing that little stream grow. It's like, largely this shit's just like a bunch of like in-jokes with this chat. Like, Gremlin from Air itself is just like a chat meme for this stream. So it's kind of like almost stream 2 or part 2, I guess. And then there will be times when, like, I'll finish streaming up here and then jump down there, and it's like, oh, hey, this is the rest of my chat. Yeah, it originated from here. I mean, Aqua Funk, who runs the stream, like, itself, is one of my mods, and Diamond Destruct is a longtime regular of this channel, so. G4M, oh boy. The only reason you're not streaming is because the soundtrack is out and I'm playing it. You know, they should just, like, loop the soundtrack behind it. Sorry, what are we all doing? Uh-oh, we're all reporting a crime. Crime. Oh, shit, Omegaloaf was throwing a tantrum. Toppled an instrument. Musical instrument. One of my Hammer Lords. 31 witnesses. Well then. They're all reporting the crime. Basically, every dwarf in the whole fort just witnessed this crime, I guess. Well, I guess this is a priority. Alright, well. Sure there's a dwarf coming to pull that lever, right? 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 Yep, there it is. Looking for a way to time the countdown when hitting 0, also hitting the end of a song. Well, I mean, production value. That's what we're here for with the official Gremlin from Air stream. Yes, so one of my dwarves fell into the lava during the last siege, so they're missing for a week now. I think that's the plan, right? That or just, like, set it to drink in industry on the last day. That's honestly what I would do. Okay, this is a very small siege. Very small. You know, I might just drawbridge them. I can't even make it through. Which means I'm gonna have to wait for some of it to... How excited am I? Very. But I'm as excited... Here's the thing about me and the Steam release, right? Yes, I'm extremely excited for it. Very excited to play it. But I already play the game. So I'm about as excited as you would be for like a really big patch in an MMO. Less of a... No, there's no Snatchers this time. No Snatchers this time. It's not a Snatcher crew, because they're not all archers. That only happens if they're all archers. But I'm about as excited as like anybody would be for a big MMO patch. More so than I am just excited for the release. What I'm excited for is more for selfish reasons. Like, I'm excited because it... Hold on a second, what just happened? Oh, Omega Loaf is fighting again and beat the crap out of and is fighting with Aqua. That's not good. Oh, I understand why. It's because Aqua's the one throwing him in prison. Well, Omega Loaf, I really, really hope that you benefit from your time in jail and enjoy it, because if you don't, you will die. So yeah, it's like a really big quality of life patch. So it's like, I'm not, like, yes, I'm excited for it, but I'm excited for it for selfish reasons. I'm a full-time streamer and person on YouTube, so that means that my channel gonna grow in the next month. That's why I'm excited for it. The fact that it's a more game to play is kind of a bonus, if that makes any sense. Which sounds kind of bad. Let's squish this troll. Or throw him. Oh man, he almost like landed on the exit. It would have been real funny if he made it. All right, let's close these again. So yes, I am very excited for it, but it's like, I'm excited for it just as much for selfish reasons as I am for like normal reasons. It's going to be playing with these new keyboard shortcuts. They're not that different. I mean, the only real difference between like the new and old ones is they've done away with the UMKH stuff, and WASD is now camera controls. So, also, here's the reality, right? All the controls are rebindable. So, I'm willing to bet $1 that within 24 hours, some mad lad on the Steam forums or on the Bay 12 forums or on Reddit will post just a link to a thingy that you click and drag into your game files that rebinds all your keys to the old key bindings. Somebody's going to have done that within like a day. So I wouldn't be too worried about that if you insist on playing on the old ones. Coax your friends. I expect you to tie them up and hold their eyes open, kind of Clockwork Orange style, and force them to sit in front of it until they accept it. It's the only way. Don't actually do that, please. Within an hour, you reckon? Yeah, well, I mean, someone will have done it within an hour of release. The question is, will they post it for other people? I don't know about that. In fact, someone might already have it. I'm looking at you, Clino. And also, Legends mode look better. Oh yeah, I can't wait for Legends mode. Depending on when I get key, that I want to have a Legends mode tutorial out day 1, or at least by the end of day 1, just so that hopefully new players dive into Legends mode first. Because Legends mode is legitimately one of the coolest parts of this game that nobody interacts with. It's actually kind of funny. I put out a poll ages ago on my YouTube channel, which was, what mode are you most looking forward to at Dwarf Fort? It was like 70-something% said Fortress mode. 20-something% said Adventure mode, and then it was like 2% that said Legends. I was just like, really? I guess I'm the only person here who's really just like, the thing that I'm anticipating, the three features I'm anticipating most about Premium. Dwarves can make underwear now. Legends mode has tabs and hyperlinks. And you can build walls on floors. Those are my 3 most anticipated features about Premium. Everybody else, it's like, oh, this new UI and like clicky buttons and bullshit. I'm like, nah, mate. I want to be able to build walls on floors. And I want to, yeah, you can just build walls on floors. I don't know if Tarn actually got it to this point, but he was talking about, because I met up with them at PAX West this year, right? So I got to speak with them a bunch. And Tarn said that his goal is so that you can designate a wall to be built on a floor, and the dwarf will use the materials from that wall or from the floor to build the wall. The question is, though, and this is, I'm going to use this as a visual example, right? Say there's a floor here, right? And then I replace this tile here with a wall. So this is a constructed floor. If I tell a dwarf to come here and... Actually, if I go down one, it'll show. And then let's just say I delete this, right? And say, build a wall here. Is that gonna fall when they build a wall, when they build that floor into a wall? That's what I want to know. That's the mechanical question I have about that, is that going to make the rest of it fall when they replace it? Because if it is, holy shit, is that going to cause some comedy. Here's the question. Is it an instant replace? Nothing's an instant replace in Dwarf Fort. Everything takes time. Even counting your frickin' resources takes time. Chat, I got a question. Do I wait for this whole thing to reset, or do I just open this drawbridge and crush and launch these dudes into lava and just end the siege now so we can get back to work? I kind of want to dump the lava on their head, but I also just kind of want to end the siege. Just launch them? Okay. I mean, it's a very small siege. KSP them? Yep. Whee! Splat. Alright. That's most of them. That should deal them. That should do it. Should do it. We think. We'll see. Ages ago I had a dwarf die because they were trying to pet their pet cat. Itsy. They jumped off of a stairwell 2 tiles over like a 40Z level drop over lava to get to a tree that had their pet cat on it. And then when they went to jump back, they fell and just went, splat. I don't know. I mean, I had plenty of stories of like dwarves throwing their babies off of walls and shit, but sorry, Peter. Recently, though, just dwarves slipping into lava on this drawbridge. Which happened like not 10 minutes ago. Let's see, are they leaving? Kind of looks like it. But I mean, this entire fortress is going to be a funny death story because we have a dragon in a cage in my about to be new tavern. We have demons in the basement, and I have a forgotten beast I can release with 1 lever pull. So the plan is to wait for a siege later tonight, set up hell so that it's more dramatic, and then release the forces of hell, a dragon, and a forgotten beast all at the same time, and just like kind of watch the chaos happen. Maybe lock a kid in a room or something so that 1 dwarf in a room so that what's it called? There we go. Is the siege over? Or are they walking in? They might actually be coming in. But yeah, that's the plan for tonight, is to basically allow for as much fucking chaos as possible. They might actually be still attacking me. Siege isn't over yet, it looks like. Let's see where they go. 1 survivor to tell a story. That's the best way to do it. And then we'll go look at Legends for a little bit, and then maybe I'll stream something else this evening, or I don't know. I mean, I've already been live for almost 4 hours, so time's flying. So I gotta prep hell. It's a elephant with webs, which I've been using as a silk farm, but I have a lever called Do Not Pull. If I pull it, it releases the forgotten beast into my basement. So it's up to you to ask if that's a bad kind of forgotten beast. Welcome to Stonewater. I hope you like spicy water. Got lots of water as long as it's spicy. I thought I wanted to kill hell. I can tell you right now, I don't have enough dwarf power to do that. I don't have enough weapons either. Hey, an Etten. Also, at the rate the game's throwing shit at me, I don't see that happening, dude. Not that I'm not too ambitious or optimistic, but FreeQuest the Fabulous Tome is here to murder us, or just those guinea pigs. Like, the game's trying its damnedest to kill us right now. Why are you in a tree? Etten. Get down. Come on, go fight with those goblins. Make yourself useful. Hold on, I got a lever to pull. Ettins are pretty weak. I see it not doing too well against the goblins. Depends on how many holes they get to poke it full of before it. Okay, I have a question. Why is there so many guinea pigs in that tree? Like, genuine question right now. There was like 8 guinea pigs in that tree. Well, those guinea pigs are pretending to be squirrels. Clearly. I'm also still not sure if these goblins are leaving or not. Nope, they're definitely like booking it straight into the fort. Okay. Well, Goblin versus Etten. Let's go. So let's see. We've had Siege, Etten, Siege. Actually, Siege, Forgotten Beast, Etten, Siege. It's just the Forgotten Beast is in a place that it's like no, it's Forgotten Beast, Siege, Etten, Siege. Forgotten Beast, Siege, Siege, Etten. There we go. I mean, goblins ain't gonna win. We know that. That's the actual truth here. Is we know the goblins are not going to win. It is chasing that cavey so into the fort, though. All right, so it runs at them. They're loosing arrows. The Etten grabs the cave. Okay, so we're still talking cavey stuff. It's fighting with this goblin now. The goblin pikeman attacks the Etten, but she jumps away. The Etten misses the goblin pikeman. Off to a good start. Gross incompetence on both sides. The goblin pikeman stabs the Etten in the right neck, not the wrong neck, the right one, with his iron pike, tearing the muscle, fracturing the upper bone, and the right neck's bone. A tendon in the upper spine has been torn. Etten falls over, and I think is just gonna get kicked to death now, probably. If I had to guess. Yep. See if the Etten has anything to say. He's got a whip and a pike lodged firmly in their wound. They're vomiting. The Etten says, "I have improved my dodging. That was satisfying." Not. I guess you can't really get much worse. Omega Loaf has fallen and slipped into a depression. Well, that's unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. We should remove you from the military. You're a liability, dude. Did this kind of world exist? No. Called fantasy. For a reason. A lot of fantasy creatures are just human stand-ins for our own trauma. And human ways of explaining things without science. Which makes them fascinating to study. That's up to you to find out. I will never actually give you a straight answer to that question. There is a good way to figure it out, though. Maybe one day you'll learn. Because me answering yes just will make you use it. Or it will make you not use it. And if I say no, then you'll use it, right? So I'm never going to give you a straight answer because that's not the point of the process. If that was the point of the process, then it would be titled something completely different. Also, these goblins have finally decided that they're not going to win, so they're running now. Okay. All right, Etten's dead. The goblins are leaving. I can release the dwarves. How are you doing there, Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap? Exalted luxury. Wouldn't it be grand to just take my life off and do nothing for the rest of my days? Yeah. I feel that. How's White Dog? Afraid after seeing a goblin die. That's fine. Your upper back teeth is gone. That's unfortunate. Hope you feel better soon. You're married, 96 years old. Such a developed sense of optimism that always assumes the best will eventually occur no matter how bad current situation. I want to set one of my current military dwarves as the new military leader of this squad. Let's go to you, Piranha. You can be military leader now. Congratulations, you are getting a promotion. Dream of raising a family impervious to the effects of stress? Go join the military. What you? Dreams of creating a great work of art. Find something humorous in everything, no matter how serious. Snail, you've been in the fort for a while. It's time for you to join the military as well. I mean, I've seen black bears walk on their hind legs. If you're drunk, sleep deprived, in the dark, in a forest, and you see a black bear standing on its hind legs, looks like a dude. Wouldn't even remotely surprise me. If that's all that, you know, Bigfoot or a Yeti is. In fact, that's very much what I would expect them to be. It's not like they might just be a bear. It's like they probably literally are just bears. Okay, let's follow this dwarf. I mean, sea monsters are just creatures from the sea if you don't know what they are. I mean, like, there's a relatively recent-ish video, actually, that I love of some people standing next to, like, a yacht club. There's, like, boats, big yachts everywhere. And they're right next to the dock, and then you just see, like, a humpback whale mouth come up and go back down. And it's, like, the size of a boat. And it's, like, that's just a whale. Like, we know exactly what that is, right? And that's an incredible thing to see and also catch on film. But, like, people who don't really even know that there's large amounts of fish in the sea, let alone fucking whales. Like, yeah, of course their response is gonna be, it's fucking demon, blah! Like, that's the logical response to assume, like, horror shows and foul play and greater demons and shit. I'm like, naturally. If you're a dopey and don't know any better, silly pre-human, of course you're gonna be like, what the fuck is this water dragon? I mean, like, duh. This is the natural conclusion. It's like, oh, it's a fucking deity. We must bow to it. And naturally. Humpback whales are awesome. Yeah, no, totally. And, like, when it comes to stuff like mythology, it's like a lot of that was metaphor anyway. It's been, okay, there's a really, really good video that I watched last night from a YouTuber who I have watched as long as I remember watching gaming YouTubers, which is Super Bunny Hop. Put out a video finally about a video game, actually, yesterday. He reviewed the first Bayonetta. And by review Bayonetta, I mean he loosely talked about the gameplay and then talked for 20 minutes about, like, religion and theology and religious depictions and the canon Bible and the non-canon Bible and a lot of worth watching. Worth watching. What'd you miss? 2 sieges in Nunetten? Then a Forgotten Beast? Also, apparently I'm at war with my own faction. So, like that sort of stuff comes to mind. Where it's just like, you know, like, the way we perceive our world is limited to the amount of knowledge we have about its function. And if you go back in time, like 2,000 years, bitch, we were idiots. Walking around eating mushrooms. Dying left and right. Like, obviously we came up with some weird shit that wasn't true. Although, admittedly, the second siege was like 20 goblins, so. Also, it's fucking December. This year is almost over. Better be dragons here. Pretty much, yeah. No, literally, sees large bird at a distance, is severely nearsighted and has cataracts, so person can't see particularly well, right? Sees large bird of prey off in the distance they've never seen before. It's a fucking dragon! Also, there happens to be a forest fire, and they blame it on the bird. Sees whale, suddenly becomes religious. Please don't kill me, dark elder gods from the ocean. Meanwhile, in, like, Iceland, these dark elder gods are delicious. It's like, it all just depends on your, like, location and knowledge base of the world. Was your question noob? What, the all dwarves like martial arts training too? No, I just completely missed it because I was ranting about a completely unrelated thing and hadn't scrolled back up yet. No, I mean, there's thoughts, like, read your dwarf's thoughts. If you see a dwarf saying, I want to practice a martial art, they want to be in the military, but they might also be thinking, I don't deal with stress well, and I hate confrontation. They're not going to like being in the military, but they'll like the act of training. Plenty of people do CrossFit, but, you know, never want to go join the recruits. I mean, just like every culture has a Bigfoot myth, right? And every culture believes in, like, ghosts that are scary ladies.
Homesick today, so I get to listen.
Dude, it's a good day to listen. Because of this. Soundtrack got released this morning. What's up, Padinsky? Padinsky, you applied for a key, yeah? Can't remember if I shoved it in your face, too. Yeah, frankly, Christianity needs to catch up. Sniper. I'm just kind of agnostic, and to me, all religion is just human lore. And when you take it in the context of, oh, it's just human lore, same with cryptids, you know? It's like, it's stuff that some people believe, and it's stuff that a lot of people realize is probably either metaphor or fiction used as forms of advice. It becomes interesting. It's fun to read about, but not something I take seriously. You'll just buy it as soon as it goes live, gotcha. Also human lore. I mean, to quote that one dude who works for the national defense in the U.S., there's shit flying around that we don't understand. Which is true. There is shit flying around. I don't quite consider that human lore, though. Human lore is like stuff that's written in the past. So like the Old Testament or the Quran. That's human lore to me, right? UFOs, that's current happenings, so that's just shit that either A, somebody isn't telling us, which is most likely, or B, might actually be something cool. And you know, honestly, if there are aliens visiting us, sweet. Do I think that there's aliens visiting us? Honestly, it's more likely that it's just like some weird drone or something, or a balloon, you know? Like, remember that man in a jetpack? Repeat, we see a man in a jetpack thing that happened around LAX. Yeah, literally a Jack Skellington balloon. So, you know, not a man in a jetpack, turns out. I'd love it to be aliens. That'd be fun, frankly. Good night, Sniper. It's on Spotify, too. Yeah, it's also on Tidal, apparently, and Apple Music. But I like to give people money for music instead of freeloading off of crappy streaming services, as says the guy who actually still has Spotify on his desktop. I do use Spotify, but music I actually give a shit about I pay for. So. Oh yeah, no, there's tons of good debunks of UFO footage out there. I mean, but I like listening to the Sum 41 songs where they talk about aliens as much as anybody. Aliens are fun to imagine. They're fun to think about. They're a fun piece of current human discussion. I'll say this. I think it's a lot more likely that there's currently bacteria or some sort of micro life growing on the moons of Jupiter than it is that the things that we see in the sky are aliens. I think it's much more likely that it's something that just we haven't been told about, because that happens all the time. But who knows? I'll believe it when I see it. When fucking aliens land in my backyard and say hi, I believe it. But I think like when it comes to aliens around us right now, I would probably be willing to put money, not a huge amount of money, but definitely money, on the most likely thing being, oh, there's bacteria in our solar system that isn't on Earth, which is more than enough proof of life for me. Good movie, Masker. What? You don't know if it's actually bad or it aged badly? I mean, that's a fucking classic. It's a great movie. Certainly hasn't aged badly, in my opinion. I watched it like maybe a year or two ago. I mean, it's certainly a time and place kind of thing. And I would say the special effects have aged probably pretty badly at this point. But I also like cheesy, dated-looking special effects, so. Oh, no, absolutely. Shady Necromancer. I mean, like, life forming on Earth came from many different things colliding with Earth. So, yes, it is quite likely that we are the aliens. All right. Now that that's done, we need a brave dwarf to go mine this out. Who's brave? Dastot is brave. Annihilation is my favorite science fiction movie of the last decade. Closely followed by Arrival. Hopefully a fast dwarf, yeah, hopefully. Exactly, and it's the storytelling that matters in Close Encounters, not the effects or the visuals. But the people suck? That's partly the point. Oh, if you mean like the way the people act age badly, then yeah, okay. No, that I won't disagree with. Another example that's like the first Blade Runner. I fucking adore that movie, but there's some sequences in that movie that age horribly. But that's also part of the appeal. Dastot ran, and Dastot didn't die. So this lava is now going to give us a lava fall in our tavern. He avoided it all. Just walked away from it. There's very little pressure in this volcano, so that helps. But this is going to be our new tavern, and it's going to have a lava fall and a dragon on display on one side. So you know what? I think it's time to finish these central windows up, get this set up as an actual tavern. Cool guys, don't look at explosions. Pablo, the soundtrack's out, go buy it. Or don't. Do I engrave my walls? I mean, not frequently, but I do. It's not like something I don't do. What's up, Shirley? Never watched Blade Runner? There's some sequences in Blade Runner that are like, oh, they wouldn't be able to do that now. There's definitely some sequences in Blade Runner that, like, don't age well. Still a phenomenal movie, though. Like, it doesn't take away from how good of a film it is, but there's definitely, like, I'm not going to get into details, because one, it's spoilers, and two, I don't want to, but, like, there are some sequences in that movie that would not be filmed today. They just wouldn't be able to / allowed to, probably. Well, I mean, maybe, I guess. It would depend on the director at that point, but very unlikely some sequences in that movie would have been filmed today. That's how you felt about The Wall? I've never seen The Wall sober, so couldn't tell you. There we go. We now have a lava fall in our tower. Look at that. It's kind of cool. So now we get to sit here and just, like, see that lava fall. Fucking 5 days to go. Less than 5 days, sir. 4 days, 16 hours, 27 minutes. Yeah, like, you know what scene I'm talking about, Shady, right? Actually, no, I'll say this. There's sequences in that movie that get weirdly rapey. I'll just be blunt. There's a sequence in that movie that gets weirdly rapey. That would not be. It would be left to the imagination if it was a movie that came out now. No, I said they released the soundtrack. To not know exactly what you're talking about? Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, no, I adore that movie. It's one of the best movies ever made. But it's a time and place thing, man. Let's plop that down. I mean, there's things that are said in the fucking Hangover that wouldn't be made in a movie now. Like, just straight up, like, there's lines in The Hangover that are politically incorrect now to a point where they just wouldn't be allowed to do that. Oh, what time they're releasing the game? 1400 hours UTC is what Steam database behind the scenes says. Let's see if I can find that actual thing. Yes. 1400 hours UTC according to the history in the Steam database. Have you not watched my stream in the last month, maybe, P? Or looked at my view counts in the last month? I mean, I'm only like 40 viewers higher than yesterday's peak. We did get a raid today, which is part of it. Moral zeitgeist moves ever onward. Yep, such is life. So I should give this this tavern a different name. This should be a new tavern entirely. I think. But before I do this, I think we need to make this thing more gaudy. It's not wealthy or gaudy enough. So how do I make a fortress more gaudy than it already is? Probably by throwing rose gold everywhere, and also gold, because I have an infinite supply of rose gold because I made a repeating job to make rose gold and then forgot about it. Now I have like 1,800 rose gold. So let's just make some rose gold. Put it everywhere. $9 a.m. Eastern, which sounds right because you want your game to launch right when the workday starts, or like after workday first meeting, right? So 7 a.m. Pacific is a bit early for Tarn, but Tarn's a bit of a night owl, and Kit Fox operates in Eastern, and 9 a.m. is like around when your workday starts for Eastern time, so. Large fort problems, jobs forgotten, absurd numbers of random resources. Wait, what? Oh, yes. Now I suddenly just have, like, you know, stupid amounts of rose gold for some reason. Unless your name is like Tech Good, in which case then you never forget anything because you are perfect. Or just automate everything to the point where the game tells you when things are breaking or you forgot something. You're taking 2 days off next week? There's been I've seen a few things. I've seen a lot of people saying, "Oh my god, that's my birthday." I've also seen a lot of people going, "Well, I hope my boss is okay with me calling in sick 3 days in a row." You may skip class. I would go to class, dude. Unless it's like, I don't know, some completely irrelevant class that you don't need to go to. I'm assuming you'll have time during holiday breaks, so. I'm going to see how badly this runs on my ARM MacBook. You have no other computer nearby? It lands at 3 a.m. for you? Oh, God. Hey, it'll be ready to go when you wake up, right? You hit the jackpot? What? Oh, 490. You hit the what now? But yeah, no, for reference maybe, P, this entire month, or not this month, all of last month is the highest average concurrent viewer count I've had since the month I got partnered. And we beat it by like 20. Because the month I got partnered, the average view count I had over the entire month, it was like 98. And this, or November, not December. November, I had, it was like 116 average viewers. What's up, Hekios? It's been crazy to see my view count rise. I mean, I can't remember exactly when you started watching me, Necromancer, but like 6 months ago, we had like 60 people here. At peak times. It was always a struggle. And like, Twitch is so dependent on like raids for promotion. Nobody raids the guy streaming Dwarf. Just nobody does that. Unless you're like really good friends with me, nobody raids the guy streaming Dwarf. So it's been a struggle. Oh yeah, no, totally. That's what happens, right? Up until now, it's been like pulling teeth to get people to go from the YouTube channel to over here too. And now I don't have to say anything anymore. People just show up. It's kind of wild. You started watching back DF streams, or like watching the old VODs maybe, P? Yeah, okay, I know. You've been around for a while then. Jading. You came from the Kit Fox VODs? Well, thank you. It was very nice of them to let me do that. Although, that was another thing that I knew that they were going to do early. Like, there's a few different things that, like, I knew about way before they got announced. And those streams are one of them. It's like, let's see, I knew about the merch. Was told early about the merch and told that they were going to have merch. And I also saw the design of the t-shirt like 5 months ago. Yeah, I know. Curses. I want to buy that shirt, and I'm kind of pissed I have to wait until January. Which is like, come on, really? You're going to make us wait until fucking January to buy a t-shirt? Come on, guys. That's just me. My gold go. Gold. There it is. That's fortifications. The glass looks sick. Keen looks sick. Keen to sink some cold ones in it. Oh, like the beer glass that they're gonna be selling for merch. Sorry, that sentence took me way too hard, way too long to process for some reason. But yeah, no, the glass looks kind of rad. It's gonna be nice to have like, because I've just had like these plain beer glasses for years, and then recently I acquired this one from a brewery, and it's the only one I have because the other one I had broke. So I'm short a pint glass anyway. So yeah, it's kind of perfect. Supply chain issues are real. I mean, yeah, it might be supply chain issues, but not on that kind of thing. If the music is warbling in the background, it might also be Twitch's audio breaking slightly, and hit play pause and it should reset it. Those are walls. I think this is going to be pretty much it for the fancy stuff, and then I'll just do some lines, which will be easy enough to do. So you'd like to send him a thank you message for some motivational speech he gave once. You don't know what it means to be approachable, if any. He has an email, and yes, he responds to it, and he checks it often. So you could just email him. But there's a room on the KitFox Discord right now called Thanks Tarnanzak that is the whole point of it is literally just go there and say thanks. So you could just go post a big thing in there in the KitFox Discord. Hey, Stanik, what up? You don't need to refresh the whole thing. If you're on PC, you can just hit play pause. Rebuilding the PC? What happened to the PC? Why did you debuild it? Hopefully it was a plan to debuild and not an unplanned debuild. The last time my PC unplanned debuilded, I had a fire shooting at my leg. Yeah, the join code for the KitFox Discord is literally just KitFox Games, so it's pretty easy to get into. But it's where is it? Thank you, Tarnanzak. This one. So, you know, it's not super busy either. Like there's a decent amount of activity in there, but it's, you know, Zach's active right now, so he might even be looking at it. Does Dwarf Fortress have a Steam page, chat, yet? Okay, so first off, yes, but it's had a Steam page for 4 years? And you haven't checked. So not only does it have a Steam page, but it's like the 14th most wishlisted game on Steam. So you should go add it to your wish list and follow it so that we can climb those numbers a little bit. If you haven't wishlisted Dwarf Fortress on Steam yet, go do that. Under 4 years, actually. Spring 2019 was when I added it to my wish list. I added it the day it was announced. Yeah, so added on 13/2019. 13/3/2019 was when I added it to my wish list. It was a while ago. A while ago. Do we know what the cost will be? Oh, I understand what you're saying. It's $30 or your $30 USD or your regional equivalent. They're not making it difficult. They're simply waiting until the game is out. So you know how everybody's just like, Dwarf Fortress pre-order, blah blah blah. I've spoken with a few people about this. People who know. Dwarf Fortress doesn't qualify for pre-orders. Yeah, I figured. I can read through more mobile keyboards pretty well sometimes. Dwarf Fortress doesn't qualify for pre-orders. And there's a reason for this. In order to have a game up for pre-order on Steam, you have to have released a game in the past. A12 Games has never released a game in the past. It's got nothing to do with early access. A12 Games just hasn't put a game on Steam before. So if you haven't put a game on Steam before and you're not published by a major publisher, you can't do pre-orders. Granted, they could probably go to... No, they haven't released a game on Steam before, all right? DJ, on Steam before. So they can't actually open pre-orders on Steam. Now, what they could probably do is they could probably go to Mr. Gabe Newell, knock on his door and be like, "Excuse me, Gabe. Yeah, this is Tarn. Yeah, I'm a celebrity in these parts. Please allow pre-orders for my video game." And they probably would. They probably would just like flip the switch and let them do it because like Dwarf Fortress is a hugely high-profile release. But at the same... And other games do that, right? But at the same time, they don't need to. They haven't Steamed a game before? Yep, just like I haven't Steamed Hams before. I don't know why I jumped to such a dead meme, but here we are. And another thing is Dwarf Fortress doesn't qualify for Steam Early Access. Yeah, also fuck pre-orders. Dwarf Fortress doesn't qualify for Steam Early Access. And this one is particularly funny to me. The reason it doesn't qualify for Steam Early Access is because it has no reasonable 1.0 date. And what Steam qualifies as a reasonable 1.0 date is within 5 years. And because Dwarf Fortress has no reasonable 1.0 date, of course you can just keep pushing it. So you can just be like 5 years, and then 5 years later you can be like, 5 more years, and 5 more years go by, and then 5 more years, which is how 7 Days to Die is still in early access. But in order to release a game into early access, you have to be like, we'll be 1.0 on this day, or by this year. And so because of that, they don't qualify for Steam Early Access. 20 isn't a reasonable release date. Although I'm looking at you, 7 Days to Die. I really like this tavern. This is one of the most badass taverns I've built in a while. It's a meme. Don't worry about it, maybe P. Bureaucracy at its finest? I mean, no, it's not bureaucracy at that point. It's like protecting customers, you know? It's the same reason that technically Star Citizen doesn't qualify for early access on Steam, even though they probably could be. Also, they want all the money. But it's the same reason things like Star Citizen aren't early access, right? Well, I mean, they have about 25 years worth of dev time left, and Zach and Tarn will still be alive in 25 years. They'll be getting up there, but they'll still be around. So you're going to have to tell me how to pronounce VYNXX, but thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the very generous raid? Cheers, friend. Oh, Vinx, like sausage links? Okay, gotcha. Well, hi, Vinx. So what were you playing today, if I can ask? That was a lot of beer, chat. My poor bot. I hope it's got that recent patch for its liver. We're building a new tavern. It is, in fact, a lot of beer, but this is Dwarf Fort, so a lot of beer is required for proper fort dwarfing. Dwarf forting? Dwarf forting, yes. We shall ford many dwarfs. Cryptid Waifu Genesis is my favorite username I've seen today, by the way. It's up there with, well, I've seen a few good usernames today. Playing Darktide? Gotcha. You're talking about me and DF? Gotcha. Figured it would be the perfect time. I'm usually streaming Dwarf Fortress. Honestly, the game seems more like artistic labor of love, so it'll only end when they lose their love. It can't permanently continue. Well, you see, they do have a list of, like, features that they want to have for when they hit 1.0. But, like, they've also stated Gus, that they will continue developing the game post 1.0. So we're not talking about when the game is finished. We're talking about when the game is 1.0. And they do have like a list of features on their website that when those features are done, they will call it 1.0. Even if the game is still going to continue getting developed. So I think like you kind of need to like realize that specific like thing is what we're referring to. It's like, I mean, I fully expect like game to hit 1.0, them to fully open source it or something, and then just keep working on it. But the game will hit 1.0 at some point. Just like Caves of Cud will hit 1.0, and I guarantee you Brian Beckley will still be working on it in 40 years. And also still generating AI art and screaming about capitalism in 40 years. And you know what? God damn it, Brian, you keep doing God's work. Someone has to. You're remembering old Xbox handles you used to have? Yeah. I feel that. Yep. No, totally. And like, there's some pretty big features that Tarn said won't take that long. Hail Beauty! I love knowing that it means Hail Beauties. Like, wake up, babe. My favorite song's on. So the free version of Dwarf Fortress is going to continue being developed, Hekios, and the paid-for version of Dwarf Fortress is going to be developed. They're going to get the exact same features. This 100% is a party song? Absolutely. They're going to have the exact same features and be developed simultaneously. With the exception of Classic, which is the free version, isn't going to have the music or the graphics. So it's going to look something. This is a mock-up, but I'm grabbing you a mock-up. It's going to look something like this. So instead of, you know, the fancy new graphics and whatnot, you're going to get the same UI. You're also going to get mouse control. You're also going to get the tutorial. You're going to get all of the new features that are coming to the paid version, but for free, just with the old 10-minute loop of guitar noodling and no graphics. They're the exact same game, but premium is just it's a paid-for fancy tile set. You could also just do that, yeah. Or you could buy the soundtrack and, you know, add it to SoundSense that way. Since the music is on YouTube, we could add it to SoundSense. Yeah, absolutely. Essentially, premium is just classic with the music and graphic version. Yep. I mean, another good example of this is like Tome, right? Tales of Maj'El. It's on Steam. It's $7. You can play the game for free on the website. You could also buy it from them on their website, or you can buy it on Steam. You don't have to, but it's a free game that you could also pay for if you want. Ancient Domains of Mystery, Adom did the exact same thing. You're actually a bit sad if the random text display is gone. The random text display is gone. Yeah, no, I mean, the UI is changing. Yep. Bag of holding, because Zach and Tarn don't want to maintain two different UIs, and they want to be able to keep the two updated at the same time. Your girlfriend is really nice and supports Dwarf Fortress Love and asks you how your fort's doing. Monday, she asked if Zero Sievert was Dwarf Fortress, and then realized I realized she's just humoring you. Okay. That's adorable. Yeah, I think that the new UI looks fantastic in ASCII. I mean, like, obviously, like, there's some weird nostalgia for this monstrosity. But it's for the best. Yeah, I'm much more of a spoon development kind of person. DJ. Much more. Better for hauling soup around. Tavern looks so nice. I mean, I wanted it to be gaudy. I think we're getting there. The lava in the middle really helps the effect, doesn't it? Spork development? True. I've never attempted spork development. True. Granted, I've never attempted any development, so maybe I shouldn't be talking about spork development or spoon development. But we can all agree that forked development is bad. Also, something none of you should be sad about is Tarn has said on many occasions that if they sell enough copies to the point where he doesn't know what to do with the money anymore, they will consider open sourcing parts of the game. So if you're sitting there going, man, wouldn't it be really cool if part of Dwarf Fortress was open source? I need you to think that too much longer. Well, I mean, that would definitely cut off all lines of communication, Wild Peak, and then how are we going to be able to develop it if we've cut? I give up. I don't know about knife development. Well, actually, no, we have to go ask the knives guy from the knives channel. All right, let's get this tavern built. So this is going to be the new tavern. Nope, that's a temple. Inn tavern. The Barricaded Nuts. Well, that's a funny name. No. We are going to call the Barricaded Nuts something a little bit less nutty. We're going to call you... See, that's the wrong button. Rename. And this button no work. Oh, it's because I hit that button. I got it. Barricaded Nuts. A true boulder. Purple tomb. How about the hot tomb? Bit too on the nose. The red tomb. It was the 15th most wishlisted game, and then the 13th most wishlisted game, which is Darktide released. So now that Darktide is out, it's now the 14th. We defaulted up a spot. Barricaded Nuts sounds like someone not knowing which part a condom goes on. But yeah, we're going to call it the Red Tomb. So the Red Tomb, we're going to retire the old tavern. And the new tavern begins. I need to figure out somewhere to put drinks. Maybe one layer up. Need to move all these musical instruments in there. Let's also move these chests in there. Is an auspicious name for a dwarven tavern? Well, just remember, we're at war with our home faction. We're in a civil war now. Party till you die. This fortress is getting a little bleak. Hell's knocking on our basement doors, and things aren't looking too good for these dwarves. I think they've kind of accepted it. Dwarf Fortress, Civil War. I'd watch that movie. I mean, I've said this many times before, mostly as a joke. I would definitely watch a Netflix animated series based on tales from Dwarf Fortress. It'll never happen, but I would watch it. Frimbjorn became a holy pearl. Didn't you, like, just grow up? You're 13 years old and immediately became, like, a religious person. Also, we're, like, the center of a religion, too. So not only are we, like, basically on the brink of collapse, completely overwhelmed by frequent raids and sieges, cut off from the outside world, no longer getting any kind of assistance from other dwarven factions, or even human factions for that matter. We're sitting here now and we're the center of a religion. Just kind of awesome, actually, if you think about it. I spoke about this earlier, Jackaloots. If you go to my YouTube channel and you go to the communities tab and you scroll down just slightly, there's a link to a Reddit thread with a list of new hotkeys that have been spotted. Are they changing? Yes. A lot. And don't complain. It's fine. You'll live. We'll all live. Here's a link to the thread with the spotted DF hotkeys. Because WAS and D are now being used for camera control, meaning everything that was previously bound to WASD is not bound to WASD now. Darren, what's up? It's good to see you. That, or, like, you know, do the other thing that we were saying earlier, which is just sit around and wait until some person who's smarter than the rest of us just makes a little file that you click and drop in, because keys are rebindable. So, like, if you actually, like, desperately are like, no, it's fine. We'll be okay. Oh yeah, I'm sure it'll work out too. I mean, we still have on-screen cursor, which took much begging and crying about, but supposedly we're gonna have a keyboard cursor option, which is more than enough for me. This place has a lot of space for dancing. Add it to the red too. Go to war with everybody, become the center of a religion. Dwarf Fortress. Conquering? Debatable. I don't know if I'd say we're conquering hell. We've been fighting with them for a bit. I don't know if conquering is the right word I'd use. Yeah, no, totally. Yeah, I mean, like, whenever that topic comes up, then Lair Scott, it's always one of those things where the answer's going to be no until Tarn suddenly has more money than he knows what to do with, right? So it's like, whenever people ask me that, it's like, is Tarn thinking about adding more people? It's like, nope, because they couldn't afford it and can't afford it. It's like asking me, it's like, Blind, do you want to hire a full-time editor? It's like, I can't afford one person's full-time salary for my city right now, let alone two. Switch version of DF? No, when they say ports, they mean like Mac and Linux. I would be surprised if we saw a... I'll say this. I would be shocked if there was any other ports announced for any other platforms, because that's a bit more of a shift than just like making it also work on Linux. Steam Deck is a PC, though. You can't say Steam Deck like Steam Deck is something else. A Steam Deck is a fucky-shaped computer that you hold. It's got more in common with those all-in-one PCs from, like, the 90s that you would see in the library. I'm not gonna shush you. It's a fucking computer. I need to pee. I'll be right back. It's the final stream of Stonewater, and your dwarf just kind of went nuts, Omega Love. It's kind of why I was just sitting here waiting instead of, like, you know, waiting for the ads to start playing while I was sitting here. I was like, well, there's only like 10 seconds left, like 10 minutes left until ads need to play, so I might as well just wait. Or... kind of want to see what they're going to do with all this dancing space. These dwarves have been dancing in tiny-ass tavern for so long. We started 25 years, I'd say. It's been a pretty hefty fort. I mean, we went up to 210 dwarves at peak, and we're at 150 now, and I don't know the exact year we started it, but it's been a while. That much is known. I think these dwarves have earned some downtime. What do you think? They certainly seem to be enjoying their new tavern. Lots of space. Tons of room for activities. Are they all about to die? Not about to die. But there is a dragon over there on the left. I'm gonna eat lunch before they all die. And a lot of you will probably be asleep by the time they all die. But a lot of them are going to die today, yeah. Because that dragon is gonna get released, and no, it's not tame. It is not tame, and that dragon is going to get released. At the same time, a forgotten beast in the basement, which is currently my silk farm, is also going to get released. Also, on top of that, that's not a cave dragon, that's a dragon. It's green. Cave dragons are white. A 2-day, what up? Make sure I clip it. Oh, it'll all go up on YouTube. The whole thing. Don't worry. Optimally, it'll actually release on YouTube the night before premium releases. If I time my VOD releases correctly, which I will. Good night, Real. Thanks for swinging by. Also, thanks everybody for the follows, by the way. But, yeah, no, what we're going to do today is there's a lever here, right? And it's a lever that I very goofily named Do Not Pull. I'm going to put a lever right next to it, right? And it's going to be called Also Do Not Pull. So we'll have a lever called Do Not Pull and Also Do Not Pull. Also Do Not Pull will release Dragon, and Do Not Pull releases the Forgotten Beast down in the basement. I mean, StarCraft released on N64. So, weirder things have happened. H800M. I think Age of Empires releasing on an Xbox is less weird than StarCraft being on N64. If they make it to each other.
Hyped for Deck.6.
For Deck.6. Rad Boy, welcome back for a second month with Prime. Chat, can I get a round of beers? You know what to do. Cheers. I'll be completely honest, I completely forgot that Minotaur was there until about 5 seconds ago, but yes, we should also release the Minotaur. Actually, no, I should build a tiny little labyrinth somewhere and lock the Minotaur in there. And just like sit behind a locked door or something. Actually, are they building destroyers? I don't know actually. Can they knock down doors? Oh, we got songs. What are they singing? The Mess and Auteur Treat is an example of the Songs of Ringing. It has no particular subject, and the composition is atrocious. The Songs of Ringing is a form of music used for entertainment originating in the Hate of Praises. That's a goblin civilization. The rules of the form are applied by the composers to produce individual pieces of music which can be performed. Songs of Ringing is a well-defined multi-passage structure, a lengthy introduction, 3 to 4 unrelated passages, and a finale. I mean, I could quickly bash together a labyrinth. What, an atrocious song? I want to see them dance to it. See what these dwarves think of this song. They're listening to the music. I'm all right, says Dwarfy. How about you? I look splendid today. Well, why don't you? Skilled warrior is a beautiful sight to behold. Everybody has their own way of life. I talked to an acquaintance, and I feel fond. Yeah, let's just let these dwarves hang out for a little. Also, we should release the military from training so they can come hang out with this. Because frankly, I think even they've earned some R&R, you know? Can't face the end without looking pretty? True. You have to feel pretty. Okay, has that also do not pull lever been built? Yes, it has. So I'm going to attach this to... That's for ropes. Okay, cages. So dragon. Hooking them up. Actually, you know what? Let's cancel those last two, or that second one, which is the Minotaur, because we're gonna put the Minotaur. All right, so I have this area down here, right? There's this dwarf who's currently starving to death. That's fine. We have these, right? This is a Crundle enclosure, shall we say? How about one layer up from this Crundle enclosure, like down here? We make a door, right? And back here, we do this. And we do this. We do this. We do this. We do this. We do this, right? I said we end that. And then we say, okay, let's also do this, 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 this. Actually, no, not that. You down to there. We'll do this and that. And then let's also go up here and then go up to there. And you know what? Let's actually like nuke that over one side. Go to there. Go back so that I can do that. And then like, you know, you can go here. And this can go around to there. That little line there will go this way and up to here. And you can have another line that goes down there. You know, you can also go over one more and go up to there. And you can do a real quick funk and then that. And then you down there, you can go up to there. Mazes are fun. Still doesn't know. This is the second time today you've used that command. It certainly hasn't changed. This will be kind of our little mini Tory maze. I mean, the minotaurs and mazes, they go together. They hold hands, and they're best friends, so we can't have a minotaur without giving it a maze. It's like mythical law or something. There we go. How's that for a maze? If it actually likes the maze. I don't think they're that smart. Do mazes work on DFAI? They just know where the exit is and they pass there immediately. So no, I guess. Will the maze have an ending? It already does. I have a promising career as a dude that makes puzzles for children's cereal boxes and restaurant kid sheets. You know, maybe P, I don't want to like ruin that, but like, I don't think a human has made one of those in like 10 years at least. Those are definitely being made by simple like scripts. Oh yeah, absolutely. Just seal the Minotaur inside and let it walk around. Unless you guys actually want me to release it, in which case then I could do that. But I think it's more fun to have it locked behind a door or something. What I'm actually kind of planning on doing is I'm going to have a ramp going up one layer, over one, and then down one, and then having 2 hatches that I lock so that it'll be walking around in there, but it'll be locked in there. How could this be? Well, I mean, they've just been recycling the same one for every generation. You know, I've never actually done a maze on a cereal box, so there could be no mazes on any cereal boxes ever, and I would be none the wiser. You bet that they just have underpaid interns draw them? You don't have, like, hold on. Simple maze generator for kids. Maze generator. All kids network. Generate maze. See? It took, like, 5 seconds. Medium difficulty maze. I have to make an account to, sign up. Like, it's actually like kind of in depth, the number of parameters you can set. It's like, make it small. Let's say, append at the end, 1 page. Okay, let's just make a smaller maze. Bang, see? Simple maze. I don't think humans design mazes anymore. You used to have a beautiful book of hand-drawn mazes when you were a child. I'd be willing to bet that that is a artifact of the past. A rooster's been found dead. Well, that's just that time of year. For the remainder of the year, people are going to be like, it's the holidays, Wild Peak. When are you going to play some Christmas songs? And you'll be like, this is a Christmas song. Although, to be fair, the only, like, holiday music I actually unironically listen to is, there's 2 albums. Twisted Sisters, Twisted Christmas, and the Bad Religion holiday album. Drinkin' Industry is just, like, a classic as far as I'm concerned. Honestly, if Drinkin' Industry doesn't have 1 million views on YouTube within, like, the next 5 years, I will be depressed. But I'll be depressed anyway, so it won't really change much. But, like, I'll be more depressed. All right, so this dwarf is a metalsmith. And they claim a magma forge. Make us something badass, Dwarf. You better be going for that adamantine. 100k of those views will be mine. Not Gremlin for mayor. I'm not a huge fan of Psycho Stick. I wish I liked Psycho Stick, but I don't find them particularly funny. It's great. Starts of a strange mood, iffy mood, strange book, mine are yours, not afraid. I have the beholder, listen to your dwarves. Goblins serves their own needs regardless of elf creeds. Feed your cat, drink some beer. Drunk, grunt, no strength, etc., etc., etc. It's the end of the fort. We know it is the end of the fort, and I feel fine. Yes. It's the end of the fort as we know it. It's the end of the fort as we know it, and I feel fine. Somebody record that actual parody. I need to pull that album out tonight. This is depressing. I don't know if I thought of them as depressing. I was just like, this just isn't very good. It was kind of like my main, like my main feeling about Psycho Stick is it's like, this is metal for people who don't listen to metal. And as somebody who really likes metal, it's like, oh, it's just kind of bad. I haven't listened to any music except for like industrial death house and mid-2000s pop punk for the last 2 months. So no, I've not been listening to anything new or anything that people recommend. I've literally just been listening to like 2 playlists for the past month and a bit. I blame the fact that Blink-182 is actually putting out new music, and also the fact that I've been like weirdly into like industrial again recently. Which one? Psycho Stick? Metalhead? Or the thing that I've been listening to? Psycho Stick is like a parody band. Also, yes doesn't answer my question there, but... Listen to more Dream Theater? It's been a while since I've listened to Dream Theater. I have 2 of their CDs? Maybe 3. I think I probably still know all of the lyrics to The Count of Tuscany. I used to listen to that a lot when I worked night shift, and I would just like be working by myself, and I'd have Count of Tuscany playing, and I'd just be singing that really loudly in a kitchen at 2 o'clock in the morning by myself. It's the new Dwarf Fortress soundtrack, Hans Wurst. I mean, you're talking to somebody who owns jazz records, metal records, electronic records, classical records, classic rock records, pop records, bunch of CDs, bunch of cassettes and various different things. So I do generally jump like genres quite frequently, but every now and again I just kind of get focused on something, and I was listening to Limp Bizkit last night, okay? To give you an idea of where my brain's been, okay? I've just been, like, in, like, weird nostalgia mode recently. Got to get going. You have class in 30. That's much more important than watching a dumb stream, so definitely go to your class. But yeah, if you want the Dwarf Fort soundtrack link, it's there. It's also on... Spotify. It's on Spotify. It's on Tidal and various other places as well. It's on iTunes. Do people still buy music on iTunes, or do people just subscribe to Apple Music? Teach or be taught, either or. Lamb of God, damn, yeah, Lamb of God's good shit. I mean, on the topic of, like, I've just been listening to stuff that I listened to in the early 2000s. Like, I was listening to, like, Rammstein's first album a couple days ago. What kind of bones did you just grab? Elkbird? Ah, darn, I was hoping they'd be demon bone. Oh well. Uh-oh, we got a dwarf corpse out here. Nope. Hansworst. Do not. For my first fort on release? I mean, I plan on just fiddling around and messing with stuff probably the first day and doing a whole bunch of forts. But my first serious fort I want to do is I want to do a either first or second layer cavern fort. So either first cavern or second cavern. I want to hollow out the caverns and build a big old expansive area because I've heard a lot about new cavern mechanics, which have me excited. Plus, I like just building cavern forts. So, cavern fort. Also, the concept of like a surface fort near a volcano in a desert so I could just build a fort out of glass is always a fun concept. Farming is better in caverns. Also, the agitation mechanic, which can make the local wildlife go insane, is supposedly heightened in the caverns. And also, activity in the caverns is the thing that causes Forgotten Beasts to show up now. So, like, Forgotten Beasts don't just show up for no reason. They show up if you are... Or they're more likely to show up, rather, if you are actively doing stuff in the caverns. So, to me, that means, all right, build a cavern fort. Oh, I love doing those. Yeah, one of my most memorable forts, even though it wasn't a great fort, is a fort called the Blockade of Fools, which was a third layer cavern fort, just because it was like this big open plateau, and then just 200, like not quite 200, but like 80 Z level drop down to the magma sea, all the way around it. It was super neat. So stuff like that. I might mess around with Advanced World Gen stuff and see if I can generate a world with open wide caverns, wide open caverns. But I don't know. I mean, there will be much time and many forts will be made. I mean, it's not like we can do legend or not legends. It's not like we can do adventure mode, so be a lot of different forts. Gonna be exciting. It's gonna be fun. Looking forward to it. Do I have go-to seeds that it goes back to? Nope. I've actually never used... I have parameters I'll go back to, but not seeds. You know, I gotta say, it's really funny that I'm on a bunch of, like, camping gear email lists for various brands, because it's just like, I just got this email saying, this $5,000 outdoor barbecue is now a $4,500 outdoor barbecue for Black Friday. And I'm just like, that's not a good price. Also, I can't transport a barbecue. Yeah, also Dust 2 is better. I second this. Wow, it actually did make it to the end. Jeez. The barbecue's for living in? Ah, gotcha. Okay. I don't do car camping. I do backpacking, so it's just kind of funny. Oh, is it just like full now? I think it might be. Oh, wow. So we no longer have a lava flow. We now just have like a pillar of lava in the middle, which is also kind of neat. So once you get a giant cave with an epic waterfall, that fort was kind of boring, but that sure was epic looking. Yeah. All right. So speaking of kind of boring, but sure is epic, we're going to take a real quick peek at what's going on. Fire demon. Right. Yeah, these. I dealt with these guys in the last fort in this world that we fought with hell. Gigantic tarantulas composed of flame. Flame spouters. So we need to do some shenanigans now. We need to do some shenanigans. And the shenanigans that we need to do is we need to make a place for my elephants to graze underground. That's what we need to do. We need to make a place for my elephants to graze underground. Thinking we go up to here. Hey, Trizuka. Oh, yeah, you can open multiple holes to hell. You can go down a second spire. Usually people just open one first, the first one that they find, and then that's it. So this, we're going to get water onto it so that some moss grows. And once the moss is growing, we're going to word train all of our elephants. I don't know how well they're going to do. But we can hope for them. I'm getting DM'd. Hold up. I mean, yes, you could build... I built a functioning tavern in hell once. So, yes, you could absolutely do that. All right, so this is going to then at the end here. All right, you're going to go all the way up to there. You're going to go all the way up to there. You're going to go all the way up to there. And you, up here, I go all the way to there, and then down to there. And then we're going to start cutting corners. Because corners look better when they're cut. Not a fan of flat edges. Unfortunately, no. Although there was one person who watches this stream who one day randomly was like, yo, is this normal? And just like screenshotted a sequence of a whole bunch of demons pouring out of hell and into their fort. To which we all responded with, no, that is not normal. And that was pretty entertaining. So something can cause that to happen. Is it supposed to happen that way? No. But something seems to be able to make it happen. And then this up here is going to be locked this way eventually, but we'll worry about that in a minute. I've seen some people make it pretty far. I've never seen anybody do it myself. It really depends on the demons you get in the world. I mean, if half of them shoot fire and the other half shoot webs, you're fucked. No, you can't. Ads are about to start, so I'll refrain to answering that question until afterwards. Oh no, we got another ghost. Okay, hold on, let's go deal with that. Also, we've got this happening, by the way. For those of you that maybe forgot that I am still building a Minotaur enclosure. Still being worked on. And also, if you're as annoyed by ads as I am, there's instructions on how to block them on my Discord. Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where, like, enough weird shit can happen that it's hard to say definitively whether or not something can or cannot happen. It's really hard to say definitively. Things stopping anyone is how patient they are. Yeah, I mean, there's a certain someone on the forums who was able to get boogeymen as members of their fort, so... And also, getting demons to join your fort actually is not impossible. So if making demons join your fort and be fort members is, like, not only not impossible, but not difficult, if you know how, using adventure mode stuff. You have to retire an adventurer in a demon spire and then start a fort as an angel and then wander into a fort, convince them to let you join, and then reclaim the fort. Considering you can do that, it wouldn't surprise me. Having a demon army would be fucking awesome. Oh, totally. Yeah, for sure. Reza, Urvad, has begun a mysterious artifact using bloodthorn logs, rough clear garnets, diorite blocks, rough clear garnets, dog leather, elkbird bone, thorn logs, and adamantine wafers. Make us something good there, Dwarf. The Great DF File Purge? What are you talking about, Dingo? Always something unique that you've never before seen. It's always something unique that you've never before seen, but there's also a lot of similarities between them, too. Dwarf Fortress just manages to have just enough interesting stuff in it that, like, you don't immediately go, oh, I've seen that, I've seen that, I've seen that, I've seen that before, you know? Oh, well, see, here's the thing. They're still there in a lot of cases for a lot of those mods. A lot of them are still there. They're just, what's the word? Renamed. So, like, as an example, if you type an ! long death in the chat, you can still go to the long death save, and you can still download it, but the number of downloads, views, and the name of the file has been changed. So it's all still there. It's just a matter of figuring out what it's called now. Also, I think Gremlin for Mayor is finally getting famous. Because it's starting to get bots. Guys, Gremlin's getting up in the world. We should be proud of Gremlin. Working together, we will make sure Gremlin becomes mayor. In just a few days. You know, if there isn't at least one Steam review for Dwarf Fortress saying vote Gremlin, I feel like we've failed. You were just cleaning that up. No, good job. I saw them get deleted in in the on the edge of my screen. Still plotling. Still plotling. Plotling away. So I need to figure out how to get water down here. Where's the closest water source to this? This, I would assume. So we're going to need to Dig'ems here. And here. And then just go, let's just say downstairs. Then up downstairs. Let's go to there. Those are all upstairs. Why is that so inconvenient? Okay, fine. Go downstairs. Up, down. Oh, come on. Cancel that downstairs. Go to the other side. Downstairs. Up, down. All the way to there. Except instead of going all the way to there, I'm going to cancel this. Go up one. And we're going to do a ramp up. Channel. Channel all that. Ramp up. I'm sorry, what? Oh, I see. I went the wrong way. And there we go. Continue digging this. It really is. It really is scarily good. Especially when you space it out with like the 20-something ambiences in the middle as well. If Gremlin gets a DF key, can you have it? I think that if Gremlin gets a DF key, Gremlin should keep it. How else is Gremlin going to pull the levers? Unfortunately, as much of an influencing force that Gremlin for Mayor is, I don't know if Gremlin for Mayor is enough of an influencer to receive Dwarf Fortress key early. Although, you know, stranger things have happened, right? And that's just kind of a fact. Stranger things have in fact happened. So this is going to be where we put our elephants. Another Forgotten Beast? I think it's stuck. I might be wrong. A Forgotten Beast, Avi, has come. A towering feathered serpent. Has large mandibles and a bloated body. Its golden yellow feathers are broad. Beware its fire. It's right here. Yep, it's stuck. It spawned between 4 trees, 5, 6, 7, 8 on either side, right? And then above it is the top of the trees. I mean, true, Kit Fox hasn't given me key yet, so I don't know if Gremlin for Mayor is enough of an... You know, honestly, if Gremlin for Mayor gets key and I don't, I might cry. It's true. Mist Runner, it's good to see you. Hello. Yes, we don't need to worry about that fire-breathing snake. That danger noodle's gonna stay right there. Well, that's great. I hope you guys felt that pun. Reza, the metalsmith, has created Ansin Bin Khal, a adamantine grate, and claims it as a family heirloom. But thank you, FMG. So, ready for the 6th? Nope. How about you? It's worth 776,400 Zathal. It's called Basic Planes. This is an adamantine grate. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with octagon clear-cut garnets and rectangular diorite cabochons, and decorated with bloodthorn and dog leather, and encircled with bands of rose-cut clear garnets. This object is adorned with hanging rings of adamantine and menaces with spikes of elkbird bone and bloodthorn. I think we jump up to the new tavern. And it goes up here, in front of the door. We'll use it as like a floor mat. Apparently we have 3 grate. We have 3 artifact grates. This is a problem. Right, well. We're all going there. You need someone to hit you over the head with a hammer so that you wake up on the 6th. Please don't do that. We've struck more gold. Where are my Crundles at? This dwarf is digging so slowly. Hey, Clino. How's things? This soundtrack slaps. I just like bought it on Bandcamp this morning, so. And I'll do it again if they put it on vinyl. Just saying. So, Clino, are you ready? You ready for the 6th? You ready to get, like, the subreddit blasted? I hope you booked the day off for the 6th. I really, 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 really hope that you got the day off. Remember, chat rooms, thank your mods. Because they work harder than most of us. Forum mods especially. You guys want to see a good graph? Look at this. This is my Dwarf Fortress and introduction video, which, by the way, did really well on the monetization. It's also, like, good monetizing season, so. But look at that search. It was like nothing yesterday. People suddenly started searching for Dwarf Fortress today. That's interesting. Yep, it's on a Bandcamp. That's why I'm able to listen to the Dwarf Fortress soundtrack on VLC. See? Look at that. It's on Bandcamp. It's on, what's it called? Spotify. It's on Apple Music. Pukes in Corner. It's on other platforms. Well, so I have one question about the soundtrack, Dabu. When's it going to be released on record so that I can play it on this instead of, like, you know, just, well, that one's kind of obvious what record that is, but it would go so well right next to my Nuclear Throne record. I'm just saying. I have a sickness. It's a problem. But yeah, no, I immediately bought it on Bandcamp when it popped up. Well done. At some point, I'm going to need to wrangle all 3 of you guys together and, like, talk to people about music, because I like music. If a different career happened, maybe I would have ended up in music, but we'll see. Not gonna happen now. You have to gauge interest. Chat, who here would buy this soundtrack on record like me and be crazy? I know that there's at least one other person in chat right now who would. This is your opportunity to gauge interest. I mean, this is also like a very biased crowd, so probably not the best play. That's like, okay, so I guarantee that you would get at least 5 sales. Unfortunately, you have to pay me money to have Crypt Jams. You're biased against records? Well, bias these nuts. Nah. Although honestly, at this point, I think I would take a CD too. Got him? Yeah, well. I mean, although it's already on Bandcamp, so I could just like go full evil and just make my own tape and CD. Limited 100 one? I mean, hold on. I grab my most limited record. I think they've pressed more of these now, but this is the soundtrack for Overland that Shinji did. It's more of like just an hour and a half of ambient sounds and weird post-music stuff, but I really like it. To my knowledge, they only pressed like 60 of these. And then they did a second run to that weren't colored to sell at conventions that I don't know if they've actually sold any yet. But yeah. So I'm not above spending too much money on super limited pressings of dumb things. It was like it was like 70 they pressed and they sold 60 to people who backed the funding that they did through Bandcamp. Also makes me wonder how many copies Danny B sold of the Nice to Meet You soundtrack, which I also have. Noted, Dabu. Noted. Although the thing is, in order to do that properly, I'd have to wrangle all 3 people, but see if I can do that. This poor dwarf is just like thirsty as hell going, why did you make me make a maze? And I'm like, well, I have a minotaur. It's natural. We have to put the minotaur in its proper habitat, okay? I can't have a minotaur in a fortress without putting it in a maze. That's against the rules that I just made up. I just happen to be a streamer that also like streams records as part of the intros and outros of his streams, so that's why I'm super biased towards just like, please give me physical release of music. Funny story, literally since before Steam release was announced, you'd been bothering them. Wow, you really should have gotten the Simon... really should do a Simon DLC one day. You asked Victoria, hey, any update on this here? They're just sitting there pestering them. I've learned that pestering people gets you very far in life. It's the only reason I have a career is because I sit around and bother people. That was one of the single hardest secrets to keep. True, yeah. Did I miss Blindix explaining his wanting of records of compressed recordings? Do you want me to come after you? NetJam. I know where you're located currently in front of your computer. I'll find you. I won't. All right, that Minotaur has been released. Well, not released, but the cage is now movable. NetJam is just being difficult. This is gonna take a while to dig out. Miners are busy. Got work for them. Anybody started digging this out yet? Nope. Oh, yep. There's one. A2 day. I had to go out to teach. It's party music time. The worst part about the PAX stream was when they turned off this song because it was too loud. Easily the worst part of this. Actually, Dabu, I don't even know if you know this, but if you're still lurking, but we made a 10-hour version of this and looped it and put it in a countdown timer stream. Sounds good. Fast, eh? I'm getting hungry. It's like lunchtime. You've been hardcore working 9 to 5 the last 2 weeks? So you do have time off. That's good. I mean, it's not going to be time off, but yeah, chance to take a nap. You know, it's really funny. Automod like decided it's okay to turn itself on in my chat, and I don't like it. I don't like it. I'd rather just yell at somebody for saying something dumb and then ban them rather than like having to be like, nope, that's not dumb. Nope, that's not dumb. Nope, that's not dumb. Nope, that's not dumb. Something strike the Automod, more like. If it's scaring your neighbors and screaming at lunch, get him. Hail, beauties! Ban Automod? I need to see if I can re-disable it, because according to my dashboard, it's disabled, but... Need to reach out to Twitch support and be like, turn your frickin' dogs off! God! Yes, but context matters a lot, right? And bots don't understand context, Quino. Unlike my human brain, which understands context. Much like Minecraft, you learned once again that you shouldn't dig straight down into a cave. Why not? You can. I'm not going to say it's a good idea. Recording the vocals in your closet was the highlight of your career. The highlight of the this is a weird sentence to say to me. The highlight of the pandemic for me was watching a whole bunch of supergroup music combos, like seeing the vocalist of Lamb of God doing a live performance from his coat closet. One of my favorite things I've ever seen. You know, actually, it's really funny, Uncle Gus, that you say the closet, question mark, question mark. Whenever streamers ask me, they're like, how do I make my audio not sound like shit when they, like, don't have any kind of, like, I'm not in a studio. It looks more like a studio than it is. It's just a room. But, like, it's like, oh, yeah, no, build a pillow fort. Best way to make your audio not sound like trash, put a sock on your mic, build a pillow fort. Literally, like, go grab all of the biggest cushions you have and just, like, stack them in a box around yourself. And put a sock on your mic. And to the point where I know a small handful of YouTubers now who actually do that based on my request. And you know what? It works well. It's literally like just sock condom your microphone and build a pillow fort. Put a blanket on top of you. Great. Or just like put a blanket over top of you while you're recording. That's another way to do it. Also, standing in a closet works well because like closets are a good place to record because like there's stuff hanging. I mean, there's always better ways to do it, Dabu, but like when you're working on a budget, like when you have a $0 budget and you have to have a video edited in 48 hours, it's like, all right, what can I do? Every problem, well, maybe not every problem, but a lot of audio problems can be solved by just simply building a pillow fort. Sock on the mic, yeah. Used to play Counter-Strike with a couple people, and there was this one guy who always had like weird background noise. And one day, like one of the guys just shouted at him. He's like, "Put a fucking sock on your mic." I beg your pardon. He's like, "Put a sock on your mic." Put a sock on his mic, and then suddenly like all of the background noise went away. It was like beautiful. That's the wrong button. That was a capital F, not a lowercase f. So now I have to hit X a whole bunch of times. But yeah, no, I think this soundtrack might actually be surpassing Citizen Sleeper for my favorite soundtrack this year. Slightly biased, but... It's one of the few things I'm good at, Gus. Let's make this look a little bit less ramshackle. So this area up here is going to have water dumped in it. We're going to let stuff grow here. And this is going to be where we pasture the elephants and train them for war. This is where we're going to be where we release Satan. You know, perfectly normal dwarf things. We're also going to need to, like, you know, fix the hole in the ceiling and make it so things can't just climb through and all that jazz, but we'll do that later. Well, I mean, I have plenty of elephants. We've been growing elephants since the beginning of this fort. Not that many, but, like, enough that we can make a pretty decent defensive line. Set up our military behind it. And then just see what kind of chaos happens. And then after that, like, I'm gonna just accept that this fort's gonna die, which is fine. When your colony evolves into a maniacal death cult, I mean, being at war with your, like, with literally every single known civilization in the vicinity, including your own, pretty good way to turn your colony into a maniacal death cult. Growing elephants? I mean, you don't, like, shrink elephants, I don't think. I mean, if you actually want me to be a maniacal death cult, I could go steal a book quickie wiki and we could do that. I'm not totally sure, but I have a slight suspicion that it might have something to do with the fact that I did burn an entire set of trading wagons that belonged to my home civ. And then 2 years later, the same thing happened a second time. So, I mean, I have no idea why they would want to attack me, but it might have something to do with the fact that I kind of burned them all to death twice in a row, including the outpost liaison. Or rather, the trading person who they speak with, who isn't the outpost liaison because they're here now. But anyway, it might have something to do with that. It was an accident. They walked into the fire. I didn't put them there. It wasn't my intention to burn them to death. But there was goblins on the walkway. And the goblins were in the process of being burned to death. And, you know, we told them to wait, but they insisted on leaving. So it's their fault that they chose to walk in the direction that would end with them getting lava dumped on their heads. They could have gone the other way and been totally fine. But instead, they decided to go through the lava. So I don't know, man. I don't know why I'm at war with my home civ. Traders. I mean, they're the ones who left at that time. Also, how you doing, Mark? Soundtrack's just out. So not just expanded Kogan-san. It's just out. The whole thing's out. You can just listen to it right now. Also, I think Dabu's still in chat, so you can say hi. Means go buy it. It's also on Apple and Spotify and apparently Tidal, which still exists, and various other places too. I just bought it on Bandcamp because I like Bandcamp. You have come to the conclusion that being a crematorium operator should put you on a watch list just... Why would being a crematorium operator put you on a watch list? The hell? I wonder how those demons feel about all their friends being killed by a giant boulder falling through the ceiling. Oops. I mean, you're on a list of people watching this stream right now. That's a watch list, right? I don't know. I'd be scared to look at my own Google history sometimes. We're all going out of our minds waiting. I don't know about that. Yeah, true. Anybody who owns a pig should be on a watch list. It must be inside the room with all the okay, so here's the problem, right? Dwarf Fortress is 3D, Ronnie, which means if you're on the surface, right, and you build walls, okay, let's just say walls, right, and let's say you make it out of wood and other wood, okay, and then you obviously like make it so that the inside is clear, right? And then you make a door, and then you build floors for the bottom. That isn't inside. You have to go up a layer and then build a ceiling. Because you're missing a ceiling. There's no roof. The doors don't build a roof. You have to go up, one layer up once it's built, and queue up a roof. And now that could be floor. That could be another, like a whole nother layer. That could be with stairs up going to it. It could be a balcony thing that they have to walk to the outside to go up to the top. It could be a, I don't know, a fancy pointed roof or like an arched roof or something with multiple layers. But you have to build the roof. It's not indoors until you've built a roof. Also for beginners, I would recommend just digging. Or just wait for the next Bandcamp Friday and give them 100% of the profits. Or as I call it, Bandcamp Friday, the day that Bandcamp sends me 70,000 emails, seemingly. Also, hey Ned, what's up? You wouldn't mind Big Brother if Big Brother wasn't a dickhead. Yeah. Unfortunately, Big Brother is other humans. Good stream today? No complaints. How's your day been? Just seeing if there's anything I've missed in chat. There's like an invisible thin layer between each Z level. It's like the grass on top of blocks in Minecraft, kind of. You missed several dozen countries as well in that list of Big Brother countries, by the way. Several hundred, maybe. Anybody who lives and owns a phone is on a list. Or if you've ever made an account for anything, you're on a list. Welcome to modern life. It was a lot cooler when it was just Rocco's. Alright, why are you upset? Oh, that's kind of funny. A 2-day fell down the area that they were digging out. Until the rabbit hole begins. It's a pretty deep one. The world and life, not much. Yeah, that's true. I only ever saw a handful of episodes, so I couldn't even tell you. Don't worry about it, Maverick. Just like you can fit 1,000 dragons in one tile as long as 999 of them are lying down. Or in this fort, like 200 demons in a very small space as long as, like, that most of them are lying down. Which is why they kept dodging them perfectly every single time I'd fire a ballista arrow at them. Welcome to the club and good luck. There's going to be a lot of that. I mean, in many ways, like, Dwarf Fortress is just weird, flat Minecraft. Everything is a thing of holding in Dwarf Fortress, Malachite. Yesterday, actually. Yesterday was the day that I dropped a giant boulder on the entrance to hell. Through, like, it went through about 12 Z levels, and it was like 200 demons or something that we killed, ish. Weird flat Minecraft? No, Factorio isn't flat. Factorio is 2D. Dwarf Fortress is 3D. Well, it's already been redeemed, but you select a rubber duck that goes on this record at the beginning of the stream. I have several rubber ducks in my possession. And I also am one of the few people who already plays this game with a mouse. As you can see, mouse. Hey, Squug. What's up? Hope you're doing better. Many of you don't, but I do. I've been playing this game with a mouse for the past several years. And I paid $20 on Amazon for this visual gag, and as of the 6th, it'll be irrelevant, because most people will play the game with a mouse. Alright, it's time to read the last Discord word story hole up. Worst smell on Earth caused by boar flatulence. Stolen candy makes me gluttonous. Candy stores sell liquid glucose. Worsened by... All caught up. Wasn't much to read. You can say I play with them 2 mice. I suppose. It's time for me to flaunt my gorgeous locks. Okay, fine. How's that for flaunting? I can't see. But it's to specify whether or not you want me to put my hair up or put it down. You can theoretically... You should see my carpet. You think it's everywhere now. I have to vacuum like once a week. just to get my hair out of it. Otherwise, I would have carpet on my carpet. Because I have a lot of hair. Also, shit, an Eternal Enigma. Enigma's a good dude. He's got a good voice, too. Alright. Time to get this Bigum's zone. What, for my hair? I don't think I want a human hair cloth, thanks. Besides, I would spend all the time outside on my patio just, like, weaving up the poor orb weaver's webs. Which I think the last orb weaver from outside here just passed away, which makes me sad. She did a good job this year. Shoutouts to my friendly local spider bros. There's usually between, like, 4 and 6 orb weavers on my patio every spring and summer. How's today been? Pretty fun. We got a big raid from Kiri right at the start, and we've just been kind of chilling since. Just kind of hanging out, going through. We're building a maze for a Minotaur, because it's a legal requirement when you have a Minotaur to put it in a maze. We're making a Minotaur maze. Prepping to fight with Hell, and, you know, it's been fun. I have a lot of random crap. I have a blind cave ogre in a cage? Why? Alright, well anyway. Put the Minotaur there. Can't get out? What if we wanted to get out? What, you mean like Kiri when she raided earlier? I mean, my team usually lurks in my chat anyway. It's like I generally lurk in my team stream. Yes. I've seen Blackwater Holy Light live twice. Just popping in to say hi. You're gonna go blow some more money on rides because you want to? Go have fun, dude. Go have a good time. Yay! Elephant has given birth to an elephant. I'm gonna elephant to that. Take offense to that? No, I can't even do that. I've given up. Trying to make a take offense joke, but the puns are just not working. You have to type an exclamation point tickets first to see how many you have. Similar to the way Stone did. I'll tell you how many you have. You get one every 30 minutes or two every 30 minutes, whether or not you're, depending on if you're subbed or not. So it does take a little while to kind of get the numbers rolling. But once they get rolling, they get rolling. It's just a pointless in-game gambling minigame thing. It used to be the way people in this chat paid for song requests, but I haven't done song requests on this channel in a very, 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 very long time. So. All right, so what we're gonna do. I'm receiving a call from my doctor. Hold up. Phone call appointment reminder, because that's still a thing. All right. Where was I gonna dig to? It's very. Okay, that's not optimal. But we could go to here. Should be much safer. So what we're gonna do? I'm going to dig across to here. Remove that. And what I'm gonna do is I'm going to go over here one. Oops. Two across. One up. And over to there. So I can channel above it and get the water flowing. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Do I have floodgates? Yep, plenty of floodgates. Perfect, perfect. What happens if you drain water into hell? So you know the glowy stuff in hell? That stuff is like, and it's you know, okay. It's the place where you throw the Jedi in Star Wars, right? It's the infinite hole. So water will just drain out of that infinitely. If you drain the entirety of an ocean, it might fill up hell for a half a second and then drain out, which I've managed to do. Like, you can fill hell up with a wall of water, but it will just like vanish when it falls into the glowy stuff. Stuff just gets unexisted when it touches that stuff, which makes it a really good like trash dump actually. But if you drain like an ocean into hell or something, it'll just, you know, remove the liquid basically. Okay, that dwarf is doing the long, slow thingy. I'm gonna finish this up first. And then we will move back down to the deep underground. Yeah, I don't know. In regards to people sticking around after raids on this channel, I like to think it's because I'm entertaining, but who knows? People watch streams for weird reasons, and it's not always because they're entertaining. Below the Underdark into the dark bad? I mean, why is dark so bad? Sometimes I like to turn the lights out. To the point where I would almost say that I don't like bright lights. Is it an ancient Penny Arcade joke? Okay, you know, fun fact. I know Penny Arcade is a webcomic. Never read a single one of them. Not once. I've been to plenty of Penny Arcade expos, but I've never read a single Penny Arcade webcomic. It's been years since you bothered. It's just like I don't bother reading XKCD because chat just ats me with them all the time and it makes me sick of them. Songs from the Steam edition sound good. Hell yeah. Got to 5 PAXs before it became impossible to get tickets. It's not impossible to get tickets. You just have to be like extraordinarily anal about it. But no, it's easy as hell to get tickets now. I was at PAX West this year, and like I bought my I went for just the Sunday because I live in Vancouver, Canada, so it's like, and I have a friend who lives in Seattle, so I just bust down and slept on his sofa. But like I bought my Sunday ticket like 2 weeks before I left. Go celebrate. I'll be in touch at some point once I surface from like first week of streams. Another Minotaur. This is the second Minotaur today. Zob. Snungoslodus. A giant humanoid monster with the head of a bull. Let's go tell him to go kick its ass. And once again, naked. I've built them a maze, and they're like, maze? Can smell it from a ways away. Can we start a Minotaur fight club? Then I'd have to catch it. That's work. I don't feel like catching it. We already got one. It's plenty. You know what? You like watching me because I'm a cool dude. You're a cool dude, and besides that, you have a lot of APM for a streamer that plays DF. I feel like actions per minute in Dwarf Fortress is maybe seems like it's higher APM than it actually is. Speaking of Fight Club, how you doing, Orange? Yes, Amateur isn't dead yet. Hey, TPS Survivor, what's up, dude? Doing better than last week? How's the car situation? Still fucked? Also, we're pretending to be Quebec over here. We have about that much snow, and it's minus 15 outside right now. We're pretending to be Montreal for a minute. Hopefully we can go back to normal weather soon. True, yeah, no, we just need a giant. Or an Etten. Or another Etten, rather. Uh-oh, anyways. I didn't even see what happened there. He just jumped up the wall. We haven't had any giants today, but actually, we just need a bronze colossus. Oh, we don't have snow. We have snow. we have a lot of snow. Despite it being an intelligent creature, I feel that way about like what? Why'd you just dump me here, game? I don't know. I feel that way about not minotaurs specifically, but I feel that way about giants. But like giants and cyclopses can like join religions in Legends mode, but in Fort mode, no. One day they'll get a culture. One day they'll be able to join forts. You got a beer finally? Hell yeah. Maybe someone in chat will be generous and you'll have permanent beer. Speaking of people who need permanent beer, someone give Clino ad-free viewing. Hey, MedTub. Had a bit of Maker's Mark whiskey. Cheers. I had some whiskey on stream last night. It was nice. It's going all right. We're just chilling. I'm trying to set up this fortress for massive, explosive, violent, horrific failure. There you go. Now you have beer for the next 30 days, courtesy of Orange. Shout out to Orange. Thanks, man. We are making a little maze for our pet Minotaur, and in a moment, we're going to be working on the basement. I need to go get me eggnog. Orange, thanks for gifting 3 months of subscription to Clinidev, who's gonna need the ad-free viewing. And considering we're actually running ads on this channel this month, yeah, we definitely do. You can't for the life of you get rid of this damn stairs you designated by mistake. If you designated it, hit D and then X. And if they've already dug it, and then select it to remove the designation. If they've already dug it, then you'll have to build a floor over top of it. So B, capital C, F, and then build a floor over top of it. So if you need to get rid of it, hit D and then hit X and then select it with enter. Otherwise, you'll have to build on top of it. Just scrolling up and checking things. But thanks a lot, Orange. Means a lot, dude. Says building present. Okay, so then you didn't designate them. You constructed it. So then you have to hit D and then hit N. And then remove the construction. Because you've constructed it. If it flashes when you hit N after hitting D, then you'll know that you're in the right spot. Or that, or the game is just trying to build you a present. All right, so we're building. Where are you heading? You could be going almost anywhere. The body shop finished the cosmetics, and you bring it to the mechanic, and it needs new suspension. Suspension drives straight again. Oh my word! For those of you who don't know, Orange in chat got his car got caught in a hit and run. Right? Yeah, that was the thing I was working on at one point. That's not gonna happen. Does flash, but when I resume, it stops flashing. Is it selected? Like, has it changed color? So, like, as an example, I'm trying to find here. I'll show you something constructed. So, like, these are constructed walls. If I hit N and then double select it, then it'll change color. Although currently it's set to marker only. So, double select it, it goes brown. That means that it's now designated to be deconstructed. Pretty sure the car was just parked out front of his house at the time. You got gifted while you were buffering? It happens. One of their neighbors keeps changing their Wi-Fi channel to match yours. Why? That seems mean. What the hell? But welcome back to the ad-free world, Kleno. They just off. Exactly, that's what I'm wondering. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with your neighbor? They shouldn't be legally allowed to be neighbors. Zip zoom. Do you think you'd be good in the military? Gripped by crippling shyness, often filled with joy. Not really, no. Literally like one line of text that Klenodev just typed in. And I haven't had neighbor drama in a long time. I have neighbor and cat drama, which is just, why did the neighbor's cat bring a living animal that's half dead into my apartment that's bleeding? Oh, God. And that's about the extent of my neighbor drama. Unfortunately, they haven't done that since the weather was, like, you know, summer-ish. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Yes. Pretty Fly for a Wi-Fi is one of my favorite classics. Or, like, if somebody has a default named Wi-Fi network with no password, you name your Wi-Fi network to downloading porn on name of their Wi-Fi network. Torrenting films on D-Link. You would start major electronic warfare. So on the topic of like electronic warfare, I learned not too long ago that one of my neighbors around me has a TV that like can be cast to, right? Like a Chromecast setup, right? That is not protected. And I have a small speaker that I cast to sometimes while I'm in the shower. There was one time this past weekend when I set it to cast to my small speaker, put my podcast on, and got in the shower. And then after a few seconds, I was like, why isn't it playing? Grabbed my phone, leaned out of the shower, and looked at my phone and went, oh, it's connected to somebody's TV. The fuck? Set it to the thing, and I'm now sitting there now going like, all right, who is it? Who is it? So, yeah, that's my electronic bullshit tale. So that means, obviously, I need to make them play Rick Roll at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Fuck, why do you sound like a donkey? Reminds me of this.
You fucking donkey!
I've been rewatching Hell's Kitchen, and I actually literally just heard that clip on the episode I was watching last night, and I'm like, well, it's really weird hearing things in context after hearing it out of context for so long, you know? Gotta say, this is one of the most blingy taverns I've ever built. Did I ever attach Do Not Pull 2 to the cage? I think I did. Yes, I did. How I long for the beautiful spectacle of war. Burr, if you want to join the military, just say so. Go train for the beautiful spectacle of war. Hopefully magic will happen. I don't think that's how you breed a dragon. We did a Blues Brothers impromptu watch-along, like, a couple weeks ago. It was fun. Not on stream, obviously. We watched it on Discord, but... When you went to view rooms and then selected the stairs and hit remove. Oh, probably then actually. It means that they weren't constructed yet. So you'd had them... Wait, hold on. Did you remove them by hitting Q? So that means you designated something for construction, but they didn't actually finish the construction. I disagree. The only must-watch out of that is Blues Brothers. Mel Brooks films are good, but they're very much a time and place thing. I don't find them particularly funny, personally. Monty Python is good, but you need a specific sense of humor. And I've definitely met people in the past that do not like Monty Python. So, to me, the only actual must-watch from that list is Blues Brothers, but that's just my take. It's been so long. Bellinair, thank you very much for the raid. How was a space asteroid thingy? If you guys don't know Bellinair, you guys should go give Bellinair a follow. Bellinair's a member of my stream team and is going to be playing Dwarf Fortress when premium releases. You're one of those, you see the comedy Monty Python, but you don't wheeze laugh? I laugh at the same way at Monty Python that I do at a good dad joke or pun. It's like, this is funny, but it's not funny, if that makes any sense. And my favorite Monty Python movie isn't technically a Monty Python movie. My favorite Monty Python movie is A Fish Called Wanda, which isn't technically a Monty Python movie, it just has most of them in it. Also, Dwarf Fortress doesn't work when you're still typing in Twitch chat, you dingus. What are they doing? What? That's an odd place to socialize. I cut this back through away from this spot. There you go. Socialize indoors. There you go. Then go watch Shrek, Major. Hey, Takira. I've seen the Blazing Saddles, what's it called? Musical. And I personally feel that it's better than the movie. Sure. Exactly. There is a musical, yeah. Musical adaptation. It's something. You have 3 kids. Shrek is basically memorized at this point. Really? Shrek? Not like Frozen? Yes, I guess it depends on whether or not they're boys or girls. They're all teenagers at this point, but Frozen doesn't really catch on with the daughter. Probably for the best, frankly. Listen, little boys are not immune to the icy hell that is Frozen. Really? Jeez. Although I used to watch Barbie films because that's what my little sister wanted to watch, so. No one's immune to anything. Why don't we let this go? No. A combined gif of Frozen and Bad Boys 2 is top shelf. So, true story, I've never actually seen Frozen. I have, however, seen Bad Boys 2. So now I'm, like, mildly intrigued. So wait, how is it top shelf if you've never seen it? Also, why are we dumping so many? Hold on. Hold on. The fuck is going on? You just personally hate musicals? Yeah, that's fair. Oh, did I? It's fine. Whatever. Is it kind of like the Tangled is kind of a decent movie thing? Apparently I'm throwing a shit ton of mugs into... I'm not entirely sure how I managed that, but you know what? They can just finish that. Can I not cancel these? Interesting. Well, whatever. Toss them. It's fine. It's fine. 6 pairs of feet. The dwarves are practically immune to that crap these days. I can count on one hand the number of tantrums I've had in this entire fort, and I've not exactly been nice to my dwarves. Well, not the number of tantrums. The number of dwarves that have tantrumed. What's the dragon? It's a lady dragon. We could make it lay eggs, but I haven't tamed it. Which means we do definitely need a donkey, but you know. Also, trust me, tantrums are the least of our concerns right now. Although, honestly, it's to everybody's benefit that we don't have mixed species breeding yet, or ever, in Dwarf Fort, because there'd be so many donkins. What's a half-dragon donkey? Chat. A donkey? There needs to be an A in there. Yeah, a dranky. Yeah, there you go. I can get behind that. A dranky. Horrific. Yeah, that too. Mostly that. A kitten or a crundle? Genuine question. A fiery ass? It's like the opposite of a hothead. Why is that odd? I watched a shit ton of Disney films when I was like 6. And to this day, like, the original Beauty and the Beast is one of my favorite films ever made. But do I, like, go out of my way to watch them now for entertainment? No. Kids' films are kid films. Doesn't really matter who they're pointed at. A drunken? I like Dranky. Dranky's funny to me. You know, I'll be honest with you, I've never really watched SpongeBob. And because of that, I have, like, absolutely no nostalgia for it. And when I watch it these days, it's just kind of hard to watch. Like, I've sat down and watched SpongeBob a couple of times, and it's like, this is just kind of bad. Some of your favorite films are Godzilla films? I've seen a Godzilla film. Don't know which one it was. It had subtitles. It was
Beauty and the
old.
Beast is my fav also.
It's pretty much a tie between Beauty and the Beast and Lion King, Baron. But Beauty and the Beast wins by a little bit. You're more of a Cartoon Network kid? I didn't have TV growing up, which is why I didn't watch any of that shit. We had VHSs, that was it. Teletubbies was a complete nightmare. Yep. That is true. All right, so I need more dwarves with stone detailing, clearly. Let's speed this process up. To be honest, I thought that more of these dwarves had stone detailing, but I think most of those just died. That'll speed it up. It was intended for kids that can't speak yet, so of course it was terrible. That and, like, you know, special effects aging poorly and stuff, making it all Uncanny Valley and creepy, but yes. Target audience certainly makes it worse. So kind of a funny thing that I saw. Someone I follow on social media posted his Spotify Wrapped. They're just like, this is all the shit that you listened to this year, right? And one of the pages of it is just like, this is your dream festival, right? Based on like the bands that you listen to the most, followed up by like bands that you listen to less, but you still listen to enough that they'd make it onto that list, right? And he has a kid who's like 6 or something, and they had a second kid like last year. So they have like a 1-year-old and like a 6-year-old, and so his like top music festival is like Raffi headlining for Limp Bizkit with System of a Down and a bunch of other like random kid bands underneath it, and then just like Peppa Pig OST followed by like various other like punk and metal bands. Something about that's just really funny to me. Coco Melon. You know, I've heard people talk about that thing, and it spooks the crap out of me. Sounds like a fucking jam. Dude, Raffi still slaps. Not gonna lie. I still sometimes unironically go and listen to Raffi. It's rare, but every now and again I'll just be like, man, I could go for some Raffi. It was like Raffi and Charlotte Diamond were the two that I was raised on for like kids music. So the dwarves all run down into the basement to go smooth it. Oh, what the fuck? Planter Guild? Nah, we don't need new guilds now. Sorry, dwarves. They're gonna be upset, but that's fine. They'll get by. We got priorities. Like finishing this up. Donuts, dude. Let's actually just suspend that and suspend this. Let's do fortification. Before you knew what a rave was, I used to be able to get this heavy metal station when I was a little kid, and or rather, it was a hard rock / classic rock station during the day. But between midnight and 6 a.m., they had hardcore hour where they would play like new metal and shit, right? And there was like no ads, no DJs. They just put on like, you know, System of a Down and stuff. Things, hardcore bands like 3 Days Grace and Disturbed. Good times. And I would just like sit there with my cassette deck and stay up all night and record the entirety of it with like 5 different tapes. And my parents at one point did bust me when I recorded over a storybook tape with like my loud music. Hardcore to who? Grandma? Me when I was 6. Not quite 6. Probably me when I was 12, actually. It was like, it would have been like, what, 2005? So I would have been like 11. So hardcore for me, okay? Anyway, so I would just sit there and I'd record the thing. And my mom busted me once when she listened to it. She's like, "You're listening to what?" And listened to it. She goes, "This is awful." Didn't really say much else after that. Yep, I was born in 94. This is a known fact, sir. I'm 28. I mean, I have not one, but not two, but 3. 2 cassette decks and a boombox right there. Like, let's see if you can see all 3 of them from here. If I swap to this. No, you can't see the 3rd one. The 3rd one's underneath the thing. But that has a cassette deck in it, and then that silver thing, that's a boombox. So I record cassettes now, in current era 2022. In fact, that's a blank cassette that I'm supposed to put the Hollow Knight soundtrack on for my dad. Also, yes, you can still buy blank cassettes. They're like $2 a piece. What's the higher level status of the fort, or like midterm goals? We're going to burn this shit down tonight, is the status of this fort. We are the mountain home. We are at war with our own faction. We're at war with 2 goblin factions and a human faction. We have a dragon in our tavern. I have glass towers as our form of defense that act as lava pumping stations. I have a horde of elephants. We've dug too deep and I have access to the underworld. We've killed hundreds of demons so far. We've built these, which took way too fucking long to build, by the way. These are the lava towers that spew lava over the top. I built an altar to our Lord and Savior Gabe Newell. And we also have this cute logo of a fox. Oh yeah, also we're working on putting a minotaur in this labyrinth. That's current goals as well. You know, they all talk about the minotaur, but nobody ever talks about the second tour. Thing. Anyway. I'm gonna ditch up and go upstairs briefly. It's okay, maybe P, you'll survive. Wait. I need another channel to unlock an emote for that joke, BRB, okay. My mayor wants something? What? Figurines? Sure, I can make rose gold figurines, why not? Got more rose gold than I know what to do with. You know, talking about movies I've never seen Labyrinth. Major tour? I prefer minor tour. Or chromatic tour, actually. That's what I've been told. Maybe P. Decatur. This is getting dumb now. Getting dumb, actually. There you go. Was it worth it, Sanic? I mean, a pretty good emote for when I say bad puns. I believe it. I mean, I've never seen it, but I've seen clips. I believe that it doesn't hold up great. Another movie that's a major nostalgia movie for me is the Rocky Horror Picture Show, which watching that for the first time in the current year would be terrible. But like, as a nostalgia piece, that movie's phenomenal. Plebs can use that. Yep. Crypt knockoff. It's also pretty good. Our illustrious mod drew that. Although if plebs hang out and complain loud enough, they might just get gifted subs. That tends to happen here quite frequently. Okay, this is a certified banger right here. Which one is this? Okay, so I've exclaimed about how much I like this one a couple of times. Forgotten Beast might actually be one of my favorites on this. Almost like it's better because it's a tad scuffed. What, like this one? When we did the follower emotes, all of my chat, they were all drawn in MS Paint, and I instructed them to be terrible. Sometimes you get gifted a sub the moment you walk into this stream. Retired Navy vet. He's not here right now. He was here earlier, lurking, plotting. Slokin, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription, chat. You know what to do. It's party time. Cheers. Quality timing, too. The month changed for Prime sub? Hell yeah. You keep it on the first. It seems wise. I should do that. I like it when dwarves like being in prison like this one. This dwarf wants to fight. All right, we'll help. I've just got this funny image of somebody just hanging out in a closet now screaming like all of the lines from this song. Because Dabu was who was one of the people who wrote this song was in chat earlier and talking about like screaming "Ilan Kine" or however you pronounce it in their closet. Where's the Minotaur? It's the letter M right there. This guy. Something I want to know about Premium, like if bigger creatures have bigger sprites, right? So like if a fucking rock shows up, okay, and then we catch it in a cage. Does the cage get bigger? Or does it just shrink down to the size of the cage? Because I kind of like the idea of just like this massive monster sprite appearing and like walking into your fort and then whoop! Oh no, it's a cage of holding. Ilamkine! Yes. Let's all just be a bunch of fucking nerds. No, I don't think so, Kara. I'm assuming it's just black hole cages. The cage is bigger on the inside? That's what she said. Don't tell Nicholas, though. Dwarven Pokeballs is how it works? I mean, that's what the Pokemon mod is for. When y'all planning on letting all hell break you loose? Legitimately? I'm gonna go to lunch in about 5 minutes. Give me a minute. And then probably 2.5 hours. So I still have a few more things I need to do. I need to get water down into the caverns. I need to let moss grow. So yeah, I'd probably say about 5 hours. Or not 5 hours, about 2.5 to 3 hours from here. You're gonna go grab some food? Yeah, not in the next minute or anything. Still got lots of cleaning and stuff to do. But knowing how to create such efficient capture devices. I don't know who that is, but I mean, the dwarves can do a lot of things that humans can't, you know? If I'm at war with my own faction. Sucks that I still can't raid my own civ. Go hit these goblins. 6,000, Jesus. Not really. Kind of would rather just keep my military in my fort, personally. So, chat. I think I'm going to go to lunch. So, for me, lunch means doing this. Pausing the game. And I'm going to go get up and I'm going to go eat my sandwich and take a brief break, stretch, and do all that stuff. So I'll be gone for about 10 to 12 minutes. So now's actually a really good time if you're just hanging out and you've been here for a bit to go refill your coffee, get some more water, get tea, I don't know, go for a run, take a dump, do what you got to do. I will be back in a Smoko break. Yeah, because you're on Smoko. Leave me alone. I'm on Smoko. Anyway, I will be back in a couple. But before I go away, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pause that lovely soundtrack that we're listening to. Now leave me alone. I'm on Smoko. Anyway, I'm going to put this on.